in custody on suspicion of arson to endanger life. Let's bring in Scott.
Good morning, honorable members and colleagues.
Good morning, Chair. How are you today?
I'm good, and how are you, my brother?
Very well, thank you.
Thank you. That's
Morning,
Honorable
Chairperson. Morning.
Morning, Makumalo, how are you?
I'm good, sis. How are you?
I'm good. Did you enjoy Mother's Day?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mama. Honorable Temba, good morning.
Good morning, Chair. How are you?
I'm good, Puti.
I'm good. Did you enjoy your Mother's Day?
Yes, I enjoyed. Yeah, I enjoyed, my
Oh,
brother.
nice.
Thank you. DM Swartz, good morning.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. I'm very well, thank you, Chair, and hoping all members and people on the platform are also good. Thank you.
Thank you, DM. Honorable Nalumango, good morning. Okay. Honorable Makasi, good morning.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members, with officials. Kunjani Sihlalo?
Ndiyaphila unjani sisi?
Ndiyaphila Sihlalo.
Akupotozile nge-Mother's Day.
Over ndinemirhwelo.
Okay, thank you, sisi. Honorable Peach, are you in the meeting? He's not yet in the meeting. Honorable Mkize? Okay. Honorable Beach and Honorable Mkize not yet logged in. Honorable Managa, are you in the meeting?
Not yet, Chair. She's landing at 9:30. Good morning, Chair.
Good morning, Ki. Honorable Paulson?
Good morning, Chair.
He was the first to log in.
I know that one.
Yeah.
Are you good, my brother?
I'm very well, thanks, Chair. How are you?
You've been missing us.
I've been waited. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers, stepmothers, grandmothers, stand-in mothers.
Thank you, Honorable Paulson. Okay, we will start officially 2 minutes time. It's 28 minutes now. Can you check Honorable Beach? Did he submit something? Yeah, just check Honorable Beach and Honorable Mkize as well.
Okay, Chair.
Okay. Honorable members, it's 9:30 according to my watch now. I think let's start with our meeting. May I request that I switch off the video because I am in an area where there's network challenges. I wanted everyone to see me. I'm not a robot. And also I would request that when members are speaking, they just switch on their videos so that we can see them, and they can also switch off the videos. Also, those who will be doing presentation, they can, when they are greeting, they can switch on the video and switch it off again and continue with the presentation. Honorable members, we initiated a series of briefings on waste management in metropolitan municipalities in response to the growing public dissatisfaction with visible litter and declining waste management services in many cities. Despite having progressive legislation and policies in place, we continue to observe widespread illegal dumping, inadequate infrastructure for waste diversion, and slow progress in implementing separation at the source. Members, landfill diversion targets remain unmet, and gaps in compliance, enforcement, and public awareness persist. Many landfills are reaching or have exceeded capacity, while others operate without adhering to environmental regulation, posing significant risk to public health, environmental integrity, and climate resilience. Waste management extends beyond appearance and is essential for creating economic opportunities and sustainable urban development. During our previous engagements on the 18th of March, we received briefings from the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment on the national outlook of waste management, and from SALGA on how they are assisting municipalities. However, honorable members, due to time constraints and technical challenges, we were only able to engage with the city of Ekurhuleni. The presentations from cities of Joburg, Tshwane were rescheduled. So today, honorable members and colleagues, we are receiving those outstanding briefings along with an update from Mangaung. These briefings are motivated by the need for strong oversight and accountability in tackling the growing waste crisis. They aim to safeguard environmental rights, promote public health, and encourage the transition to a circular economy. Section 24 of our Constitution affirms every South African's right to an environment that does not harm their health or well-being. This right must be upheld when handling waste in our metros, as directed by legislative and policy framework. I look forward to constructive engagements and insights from all the participants. Let us work together to transform our urban centers into clear, healthier, and more resilient spaces. With those few words, honorable members and colleagues, I welcome all of you in this meeting. Chilega, can you flight the agenda? Let me check from your side, Chief, if there's any apologies. Chief?
Yes, Chair, we have apologies from the Minister and Deputy Minister Singh, as well as the DG. Yes, those are the three apologies, Chair. And then Honorable Manaka will join us around 9:40.
Okay. I have an apology from DM Swartz. She is in the meeting though, but she is going to log on and off because she has other commitments. Also from my side, honorable members, I will have to leave at the meeting, but I will hand over to Honorable Nalumango to continue. I have an appointment at 10 o'clock. Can we then move to adoption of the agenda, Chief? Honorable members, can I get a mover for the adoption of the agenda? I will note hands, honorable members. I see the hand of Honorable Nalumango. Honorable Nalumango.
Good morning, Chair, and everyone on the platform. I would like to move for the adoption of the agenda. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nalumango. Can I get a second?
Chair,
see
I can't raise
your
my
mic.
hand. Chair.
Okay, Honorable Khumalo, I see your mic is on. You are seconding
Yes,
adoption of the agenda.
yes, I'm seconding, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Khumalo. Before I hand over to DM Swartz to just say a few words, I am going to read the delegation that is here with us. From Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment, we have Ms. Museneke, DDG Chemicals and Waste Management. We also have Mr. Mushweshwe, Acting CEO, Waste Bureau Management. We have Mr. Mukwena, Chief Director, Chemicals and Waste Policy Specialist, Monitoring and Services. We also have Mr. Matebula, Chief Director, Integrated Waste Management. We have Ms. Craig, I don't know how to pronounce it, but Craig, Chief Director, Sector Enforcement. Mr. Wiseman Rihotso, Acting CD Sector Compliance, Regulatory Compliance Sector Monitoring. We also have Mr. Butelezi, Director, General Waste Management. Mr. Mohozi, Director, Municipal Waste Support. We also have Ms. Maestri, Chief Director, Office of the Director General. We also have Ms. Sahwabela, Office of the Director General. We have Ms. Dimiswayo, Parliamentary Support, Office of the DG. We have City of Mangaung. The delegation is Councillor Ntabiseng Jonas, MMC Community Services. We have Dr. Tabang Tinda, HOD Community Services. Can those who have unmuted their mics mute, please? Silo, can you mute? And Rekhotse as well. Okay. Sorry. We also have Mr. T. Ngate, Acting GM Solid Waste. We have Ms. Ntswehwa, Acting Manager. We have Mr. Tsukudu, GM Landfill. That is the delegation from City of Mangaung. We have a delegation from City of Tshwane, Dr. Abel Malaka, Waste Officer. We have Miss Alice Mpahlele, Director, Waste Disposal Management. We also have Miss Dineo Peta, Director, Alternative Waste Treatment Technology. We have Miss Louise Makubela. From City of Johannesburg, we have Councillor Jack Sekwaila, MMC EISD. We have Miss Bukaelwa Njilongo, MD Pick It Up. Yeah, MD Pick It Up. We have Miss Makosaza Namchali, Director Waste. Mr. Tiboho Modiba, ED EISD. That is the delegation, honorable members, that is with us today. DM Swartz, I'm going to hand over to you just to say a few words before we hand over to City of Mangaung to start with their presentation. Over to you, DM.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and honorable members, and good morning to all the officials on the platform. Honorable Chair, we know that this is a continuation from our last engagement with the metros on their waste management plans and how they are managing waste. And I still stand that the statement and opening remarks I made at our first meeting which we then postponed to a later date. And hoping that today we won't have glitches of network and glitches of people not being able to flight their presentations. But for me, is that we are hosting 18 countries of the world on a global land degradation unilateral target setting program, of which I will be doing the opening. But I am committing myself that I will be on and off in the meeting, because what is important for me today is that I should hear the comments and the questions of the honorable members, so that together with the officials and the team from the GFFE, we are able to take guidance and able to take ourselves into what you would have done as oversight with us today in this meeting. So I do apologize that I will not be all the time in the meeting, but I'm going to make sure that I do log on when I'm not busy at this UNCCD commitment that I'm in, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, because indeed, even the comments and questions that you gave us in terms of the challenges in Ekurhuleni, we did record them the last time in our engagement. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable DM. We are going to move to our item, honorable members and colleagues. We are going to get a briefing from Mangaung, the municipality. I was not informed who is going to lead that presentation. However, I would request that that person introduce himself or herself. Yes, I see that you have flighted the presentation as well. Thank you very much, Chi. Over to you, Mangaung. Who is the presenter from Mangaung Metropolitan? Chi?
Chair?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Chair.
I'm
They are
asking who
in the
is the
meeting.
presenter?
Chair, they are in the meeting. I'm not sure who's leading the presentation.
Mangaung municipality. Can you lead the presentation, whoever was tasked to lead the presentation? Councillor Jonas? Councillor Jonas? Dr. Tinda?
I'm calling them, Chair.
Are you sure these people are not in the meeting? Mr. Nkata? Mangaung is not in this meeting. Ms. Mtswekga? They are not here.
Chair, I've raised my hand.
Yes, Honorable Nalumango?
Thank you so much, Chair. Chair, I would just like to propose, Chair, that we then see if City of Joburg is ready, or City of Tshwane, either one of those two, and then ask them to present while Chileka locates the delegation of Mangaung. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nalumango. Agreed. Dr. Abel Malaga from Tshwane, are you ready, colleague, with your presentation, or whoever is going to present?
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to the committee members. I think we are ready.
Can you switch on your
I
video so that
just
we can
want
see you, Doc?
to switch on my camera so that you can see my beautiful smile.
Thank you, Doc. Okay. Thank you very much. Now we can see your handsome face. You can continue with the presentation.
Thank you much. Good morning, everybody on the platform. As it has been indicated, my name is Abel Malaka. I am responsible for the Department Environment and Agriculture in the city of Tshwane, of which waste management also falls under. I think our presentation will just give highlights in terms of the current waste management services in the city, the programs that we have in place, and also including some problems that we do have, and also outline what are the issues that we are engaging in trying to resolve the problem, especially those that have been highlighted by the chair during your opening remarks. Can we move to the next slide, please? So obviously the presentation outline will cover waste collection services in the city, waste disposal management services, separation at source on how far are we, our integrated waste management plan, and what is the future outlook of the city based on the plan itself. We'll talk about the waste management plan. We'll also talk about interventions that relates to illegal dumping strategy that we are trying to institutionalize. We also look at issues that relates to education and campaign, the massive program that we are running as the city of Tshwane, Adopt a Sport, as well as informal settlement waste management strategy. In terms of waste collection services, the city is running what we call a point source waste collection services, which is characterized by weekly household campsite waste collection, which means it's your daily house-to-house collection, which is done on a weekly basis to all formalized areas or formalized household within the city. We're also doing what we call a daily waste business collection. This is the collection services tailored for businesses in the city, which is done on a daily basis, and as well as a specialized waste collection services, which we do call a bulk waste services, aimed at individual household, aimed at businesses, aimed at construction areas, and also aimed at people and individuals that are doing demolitions, and as well in areas where we have major and mega events. And secondly, we have what we call a non-point source collection services, mostly are associated with litter picking, street sweeping in the urban core of the city, meaning the CBDs, and also including illegal dumping in other areas, which include, amongst others, the informal settlements. Can go to the next slide. In terms of waste collection services, point source, the city is operating on the hybrid model, which is the mixed model, which encompasses the insourcing, insourced and outsourced delivery mechanism, predominantly using an as and when contract, which means that the contractors on the outsourced model, they are bringing a cohort of vehicles and supply the employees in terms of collection of waste. And obviously on the in-source model, which we use a combination, as I said, the hybrid of the both, it's done by our internal employees, which are supported by city-owned sourced vehicles. And mainly those cohort of internal sourced employees are actually doing the business waste collection, which is a daily operation. And obviously, as part of our operation, there are some of the problems that we are experiencing on a daily basis, which amongst others, including the interruptions by groups, especially along the service provider perspective in communities. And obviously, one of the problems that we are experiencing is competition around the private sector, of which we are dealing with it decisively. Next slide. So this slide, we just demonstrate the features of our containerization that we use in providing the service itself. For Capside, we use the 240 liter, which is basically for household refuse collection. And over time, as a city of Tshwane, we have phased out what we call the 85 liter container. We see with its associated challenges in relation to the time factor of collection, which amongst others as well, the capacity in terms of containerization of waste. So we have substantively moved towards the 240 liter charcoal bins. And on businesses, our focus, we using the 1000 liter. And
Sorry, Doc. Vuyelwa Jonas. Please, can you mute? Thank you.
Thank you,
Apologies,
Chair.
Doc. You can continue.
Yes, in terms of, thank you very much. In terms of containerization, we use the green bin for businesses, which it is characterized by the daily waste collection. And we use 240 liters for the businesses. We can go to the next slide, T. Next one. On this one, this is what we use as the containerization for the bulk waste collection system. And on an endpoint collection system, we do litter picking, street cleaning, as well as removal of illegal dumping, as I've indicated earlier. But however, this it's mostly dependent on EPWP program to supplement the internal employees that we have as a city. And over time, I think we have not been able to recruit as much as possible the cohort of employees that are responsible for street sweeping and litter picking. Hence, therefore, we use support of EPWP across the city to support this program of 9.1 source waste collection service. The next slide. Here, it's mainly around illegal dumping, which we do face as a city. And obviously, we implement a weekly clearing program of specific illegal dumpings. And this it's utilized through a private service providers that we source in terms of cleaning this specific illegal dumping. And their prominence is more around the informal settlement and as well as unproclaimed township areas. But however, we also did a very detailed study as a city to actually understand the magnitude of the problem and the source of illegal dumping across the city, of which it is characterized by mainly insufficient receptacles. It also characterized by the frequency of collection and also backyard dwelling that we're also experiencing in the formalized townships. But however, as part of the areas of improvement, I will actually highlight at the later slides in terms of how are we going to, or the processes that we are put in place in terms of addressing this specific challenge. Next slide. On disposal side, the city do run 4 legitimate permitted landfill sites, of which mainly all of them are firstly running out of airspace. We can go to the next slide, madam. We're running 4 landfill sites, which are permitted. And obviously, in terms of the operational cost, the cost of running the landfill site, it expands to 137 million per annum, which was the figure that we have spent over the last year. And the view is for us to ensure that the landfill sites are operating within the permit conditions. and in essence also ensuring that the operations itself are up to standards in terms of the minimal requirement. But however, we will also demonstrate that as part of the compliance perspective, we still have some challenges, more especially in relation to the access control, the sufficiency of the equipment that are on site, and in addition, the area that relates to the technical skills in terms of managing this landfill site. The next slide. Next slide, please. As I said, we do have 4 operational permitted landfill sites, which is Bronkhorstspruit, Ga-Rankuwa, Heatherley, and Soshanguve. And over the period of 15 years, the city had closed 6 landfill sites due to the fact that they have reached their maximum capacity and they have reached their end of useful life. So in essence, we do have 4 landfill sites that are closed. And currently, as part of the repurposing of this landfill sites, we have applied for closure plans, which were then submitted to our authority department, which is the Gauteng Department of Environment in 2021. And obviously, we're looking at how then we will be implementing the recommendation that relates to the after use or the post-closure use of this landfill site. And obviously, as part of the post-closure use, the recommendations that we had as part of the applications, we need to actually implement mega programs that relate to waste diversions, that relates to minimization program, and as well as installation of the material recovery facilities in some of the sites that have been closed. However, that has been met with extensive problem, especially in relation to the capital budget appropriation over the years. However, in view of that, in the next few financial years, there has been a sizable amount of money that is being put forward by the city over the MTRF to actually look at how then should we implement the post-closure, and as well as look at how then do we protect the current landfill site in terms of the remaining space. We can go to the next slide. Obviously, we're looking at the 4 landfill sites that we currently have and the challenges that I've just mentioned initially in relation to the underfunding in terms of the capital budget for expansion, even for the operation of the sites. The sites are actually moving quite faster in terms of the available landfill space. And obviously looking at how the city is configured, most of the western side and the southern side of the city does not have any landfill sites remaining. And as a result, it creates a bit of access problem, more especially in terms of the communities on the western side and as well as the southern side to have access to this type of facilities. And obviously that also exacerbate the areas around illegal dumping in those areas. And obviously looking at the volumes that we are receiving based on the growth percentage within the city, we are remaining with a minimum of at least 10 years, of which it can also be reduced based on the growth in waste percentage and also including the utilization and the management of this specific landfill site. Next slide. So obviously in terms of the remaining airspace, as I've indicated, this was an assessment that we have done in June last year, and we will be doing another exercise this coming June just to determine the landfill airspace that we're currently having, so that we can be in a best position to streamline our planning processes. Obviously, as I've indicated, in the financial year 26-27, there is a substantial amount set aside for alternative disposal facilities for the northern side of Tshwane, which is around the Roslyn-Soshanguve site, and as well as the expansion of the Bronkhorstspruit landfill site. Obviously, as we all aware, that landfill site, it's no longer a solution. Obviously, based on our long-term plan, integrated planning, we are looking at introducing various alternative facilities that will be able to assist us to divert as much as possible waste from the landfill site. Next slide. In terms of the compliance status, I've highlighted it in the first slide. Obviously, as a result of underfunding, we remain mainly with problems, especially in relation to the compliance of this 4 remaining landfill sites as a result of insufficient finances or financial allocations to the site, including human resources. And what also exacerbates the situation in relation to compliance is the state of theft and vandalism, which actually escalated quite extensively, and it cuts across all infrastructure facilities within the city. However, there is a process that is in place through our asset protection unit to actually look at how then this infrastructure should be secured, including other service delivery infrastructure. I think mainly the contributing factor of non-compliance on this operational landfill site is a result as the increase in number of volumes of waste that we receive, juxtaposed against the insufficient budget, and as well as the human resource capacity that we can replace at a faster rate as compared to the rate of people resigning or staff turnover. The operational demands of the city based on the financial perspective are currently overwhelming. And as I said, the resources vis-a-vis the finance are not actually talking to each other. Then obviously the spill-off effect of it will be the under-compliance that we are experiencing on the 4 existing landfill sites. Next slide. As part of the interventions that we are looking at, based on the problems that we have illustrated on the previous slides on landfill site, moving into the future, there is a substantial provision of finance. I think, as I said, starting from 26-27 financial year going forward over the MTRF to address this critical infrastructure, which amongst others will look at the following areas: upgrading and access control, including the security measure, as I've indicated on the previous slide, fixing of way bridge to enable sufficient revenue generation. So our view is we want to have this landfill site funding themselves as well, in terms of ensuring that there is security, there's upgrade of access control, parameter fencing and are installed, and there is a regulated control and access on this specific landfill site. So in the background, there is extensive work that the team and the team finance we are doing in relation to secure this landfill site to get them to a compliant state. And as well, we have now advertised a couple of positions, especially around the landfill engineers, that will be amongst others that will be assisting in terms of compliance of this specific landfill site. And again, as part of the major turnaround for these specific facilities, we are on the drive to look at private partnerships, and of which they will be going on advert very soon in terms of looking at diversion of waste to landfilling, as well as establishing of multi-purpose facilities across the city, so that we can drive the point of separation at source and as well as recycling, and also to improve the lifelong and prolong the lifespan of this existing landfill site. Next slide. So obviously, we, as part of the intervention as well, there are other areas of focus, which include in the procurement of existing landfill sites from the private parties. And also we, as I've indicated initially, the extending of the current landfill site in terms of maximizing the space, in terms in relation to the permit parameters, and as well as also expanding the Bronkhorstspruit landfill site and the new site establishment based on the fact that there is an adjacent land that is on offer. Hence, my indication initially was the fact that from the financial year 26-27 henceforth, we will be looking at these areas which the funding has been put aside. Next slide. The city currently run waste transfer stations, which is 9 of them, and they are actually distributed across the city. But the number and the magnitude in which we do have this site actually poses a challenge because it doesn't cover the wider footprint of the city. And hence, one of the, as part of the exercise that we're doing to unpack the main reasons behind excessive illegal dumping, is lack of the specific facilities that we don't have in many of the settlements and the townships that we have within the city. And as part of what we are doing going forward is to look at then how do we attract private investors and as well as fund some of this infrastructure so that they are able to cover the footprint across the city extensively. So all the 9 garden waste facilities and the 2 transfer stations are currently managed by the city with its own internal staff, and we only source the yellow equipment or heavy equipment for the operations, but in terms of the management of the sites, they're actually managed internally. Next slide. Waste separation at source. Currently, we do have 3 existing buyback centers, which were funded and built by DFFE based on an agreement we had since April 2013. And the last facility that they have funded for is the Garankuwa 1, which is currently completed, and it's on stream for operationalization. And there's currently the Mamelodi site, which is on planning together with DFFE, that we will be now starting to construct in the near future. However, all of this, the 3 are currently run by independent recyclers, of which we also account to the number of the volumes of waste that are diverted from the landfill, as well as the volumes in terms of the quantity of waste that has been reclaimed from the main waste stream. The next slide. And obviously, being in the city, we also looked at, in addition to the buyback centers that we have engaged in the program to promote white paper recycling within all the municipal buildings as a start. So since the financial year 2019, we have 1920, we started with a program of recycling of white paper, and currently a total of 165 buildings city owned are actually participating in white paper recycling. And obviously we use the recycling paper to support the three main buyback centers that I've illustrated in the previous slide. So this is one of our quests to ensure that the separation at source from the city's initiative in supporting the diversion of waste from infrastructure, also improve separation.
Apologies, Dr. Malaka.
Next slide.
Hello, Mo. Is it possible?
Thank you, Chair. I think on the next slide, as a city, we took advantage of the PROs that are currently existing, basically coming from the EPR regulations. We had launched a very successful piloting of separation of waste at source at the Fountain Resort in partnership with PETCO. And obviously at this stage, we are actually expanding this initiative to some of our recreational facilities, resorts and reserves to actually intensify this program so that it is institutionalized within the city. However, in the next slide, I'll also demonstrate some of the focus activities that we are bringing through to ensure that the PROs, we are leveraging on them in terms of waste minimization. Recently, we've just issued a call for expression for all the registered PROs in support of what we call the framework for PRO support that has been recently approved by the mayoral committee. So we have actually delimited our area of interest, of which we know how, or we actually distincted the areas in terms of the problems that we have in the city, so that the PROs can actually support these initiatives, mainly around separation at source, and also including the areas around the infrastructure development, especially on the transfer stations. And we have also looked at the model of the transfer stations that can be utilized, taking into account the cost of construction, which should be at the bare minimum, so that we can allow this specific cohort of PROs to actually participate and run this specific program. So the advert is still open for eligible PROs to actually express their interest in terms of working and participating into the city's programs that are outlined as part of the request and the call for expression. Next slide. The next slide, madam. At separation at source, can go back to the previous slide. On separation at source, we have focused on starting in a few areas across the city, especially to pilot separation at source. We started with the Groenkloof household or Groenkloof area. It's a residential area within Region 3 of the city of Tshwane. We started last year. We have 99 households that are participating actively into the program, and we provide them with clear refuse bag for the separated waste, and we also collect the waste on daily and weekly basis based on the schedule. And obviously those material that are recycled, we actually utilize them for supporting the buyback center. And in addition, Couple of gated communities as well are also participating into the program of separation at source with specific collection areas. And furthermore, again, on garden waste, we have 4 sites that we have requested the expression of interest, which is your Menlo, your Royal Skral, and Machalis Grain. The 3 companies on expression of interest has actually showed an interest in terms of reprocessing the shredded garden waste into the compost. And these 3 companies, they are actually turning out the diverted waste into compost of about 29,000 tons. And this program started from May last year. And at this stage, we are rolling out this program to the remaining 5 sites in order to increase our footprint in relation to diversion of green garden waste. Next slide.
Not included because yesterday.
The next slide.
Precious.
Apologies, Dr. Malaka. Bukelwa, is it possible to mute yourself, please? And that goes for everyone on the platform, except the presenter.
Thank you very much. I think on the slide, we just want to demonstrate that as a city, we are moving forward in terms of the second generation of the IWMP in order to institutionalize our planning matters that relates to waste. We've just concluded the finalization of our IWMP, the new IWMP, which was approved by council in the last council meeting of last month. So obviously we are canvassing it with the MEC for environment in the province for concurrence and approval, so that we can now start institutionalizing it, plan as well as fund the implementation plan of the IWMP for the next 5 years. Next slide. Obviously, this is just only the key problems or challenges that has been highlighted as part of the situational analysis of the plan itself. And obviously, some of these issues I've highlighted them in the previous slide. Most of all, it looks to an inadequate and even spread of infrastructure that I spoke to in the previous slide, like your buyback centers, as well as the landfill side in terms of the geographical spread, the underfunding and the cost of logistical challenges, which are inherently expensive based on the geographical layout of the city. And then high levels of migrations that actually contribute to the pressures on service delivery and the percentage of waste growth across the city, and which also has in turn a spill-off effect in terms of progressive reduction of landfill airspace that I spoke to, and also the illegality in terms of legal dumping, as well as the consequences that arise with the number of ills that we are experiencing. As well as the plan has also indicated the importance of waste management data, of which at this stage we cannot claim that the data that we provide is almost 100%. But I think those are the key challenges or the key problems that the IWMP is raising for us to have a look at it. And as part of the planning, some of these are part of what we call the implementation plan that we need to look into in the forthcoming years. The next slide. I think I'm not going to go much in terms of the legislative positioning in terms of the IWMP. Safe to say that we have set the desired goals as part of our integrated waste management plan. and mainly it talks to the issues that relate to diversion of waste, preventing an unacceptable impact on the environment, also looking at the socio-economic development in Tshwane, so that we can ensure that the health and well-being of our residents is protected, as well as our desired end state in which we want to look at the areas of having a world-class city that provide an efficient and effective waste management services. Next slide. These are the focus areas of our plan, which mostly around the circular economy, and obviously the programs that we have illustrated as part of the waste minimization and the approaches that we are implementing in place. We'll talk to that. And obviously going forward, there are other extensive measures as part of the plan that we are looking at, and mostly also looking at waste management regulatory strategy, because there's a lot of informality and there's a lot of non-compliance that needs to be strengthened through the regulatory strategy. And also we want to look at how then the waste, what we call the informal recyclers or the recyclers, become part of the waste value chain over a period of time. And as I've indicated previously, to exploit the public-private partnership, and as well as the compliant waste infrastructure, especially around the landfill sites. Next slide. And obviously, I'm not going to go much in terms of these priority actions. It's just to demonstrate the short and the medium terms in terms of the implementation of the plan and how are we planning it. And obviously, as part of the planning, because it's this has been approved by council, we want to emphasize the funding thereof, so that we can therefore institutionalize the implementation plan citywide. Next slide. This is just to give the process on how far we are. As I've indicated, that it was approved by council in April, and we are now seeking concurrency of the MEC for approval so that we can start action in the plan. Next slide. The next slides are going to talk about the waste management bylaw. We have realized that the current bylaw, which was promulgated in 2016, does not talk to current realities and current operations within the space, and obviously talk to the new invention that relates to the waste economy, that also relates to areas on how do we participate with private sector. And we have reviewed the current bylaw. It's in progress. We have just finalized the public participation process, and obviously the bylaw is en route to council for finalization and ultimately gazetting that talks to the way in which we will be regulating the space. That actually forms part of the goals that we have on the IWMP. Next slide. Obviously, I'm not going to go through the areas of criticality within the bylaw, but just to mention the most important ones. Obviously, as part of our analysis, we have realized that illegal dumping is a problem, and we now looking at it as part of the regulatory compliance, or as part of the bylaw. And obviously, as I've mentioned again, aspect that relates to circular economy and regulation in terms of informal waste recycling, that should be part of the amended bylaw that will be regulating those spaces and ensure that there's consistency across the city and harmonization of our work. Next slide. Here we just need to illustrate the other interventions that I've highlighted in previous slides, to say that I will be touching on few areas of intervention. As a city, we are now looking at coming up with what we call the illegal dumping strategy, which we can go to the next slide, which its anchor. It's more on ensuring that there is a cohesive service, more especially in areas of township and backyard dwelling. As I've indicated before, in the previous slide, I've demonstrated that as part of the intensive exercise of understanding the problem, we have realized that in township, the most problematic space is around backyard dwelling, and we need to have interventions to that space, especially to the fact that in most cases, the containerization or the receptacle that we have for township household is no longer enough due to the backyard dwelling, and especially again the areas around informal settlement, coming up with a formalized approach on how to institutionalize the collection services or waste management services within that space, which will look at areas around the drop-offs and the storage in specific areas or informal settlement, of which it's our current problem, and also look at container provision gaps, especially in townships, so that the container is well enough in terms of addressing the waste generation in that space. And obviously the issue of land invasion, of which it will be a bylaw imperative that we are institutionalizing by having the bylaw being reviewed, and also institutionalize the enforcement capabilities of the city towards the specific bylaw. Next slide. The next slide, madam. I think as part of the other intervention that we have launched a intensive campaign that we call Rekaofela, which involves intensive community drive, and especially it's run on the Fridays, and its view and its conceptualization is to say the city's leadership from the executive mayor will also participate in this program. And it's run on a weekly basis on every Friday, where all of us goes out and have a extensive community outreach in different areas, and also provide specific services that relates to waste management and other municipal services to ensure that we actually drive the concept of education, and also we drive the concept of ensuring that our communities also plays a part in terms of cleanliness of their space. The other intervention that we have is on Adopt a Spot program, where we encourage community. We have a policy framework in place where we encourage our communities and businesses, entities, and organizations to participate in adopting a spot. And as part of adopting the spot, our focus is more around the illegal dumping spots, so that it can be turned out into a more valuable space for utilization by the community, the group of community and businesses as well. This is in the aim of eradicating illegal dumping, and also looking at areas of addressing ecological degradation as well as land pollution within our spaces. So obviously, we receive application, we advertise this on consistent basis on city's media platform, so that we can be able to attract as much as possible interested parties, interested community members, as well as business to participate in the space, so that we look at how then we attack the sketch of illegal dumping. Next slide. This is just the demonstration of the pilot that we are having as part of the informal settlement waste strategy, as I've illustrated on the previous slide, and of which is therefore community driven, and it's supported by residents within the settlement itself, and it anchors along the waste minimization, recycling, composting as a form of circular economy, just to support what we do have as part of the IWMP goals. We can go to the next slide. So this is some of the joint interventions that are demonstrated as part of the piloting that we're doing for the informal settlement waste collection strategy that we are currently implementing and looking at possible solution that we want them to be community driven. So as part of the strategy, we have went through a number of informal settlement to actually look at what could be the areas in which the community intervention is. I think the main intention of that strategy was to have the community owning up as part of the strategy, and as a municipality do support them in cleanliness of their specific areas. Next slide. I think here is just to give an examples in one of the informal settlement on how the illegal dumping has been turned through. And obviously this is also supported by the collection system that we have put in place in the specific informal settlement. And obviously looking at the magnitude of our informal settlement, we are consistently rolling it out in various settlement as well. So obviously this way, the settlement that we have just started with as part of the piloting approach. Next slide. The areas that we also look at that we are interested in order to improve efficiency of the service. It's more around the investment into waste infrastructure, because we have had a long period of underinvestment into this service, and also leveraging on technology on waste management services. I think we are now in the position to digress to technology space in managing the service, and also intensifying waste minimization initiative, a data management approach for easy decision making, and the areas around backyard dwelling and informal settlement waste initiative and funding, and cost reflective of the service itself. When we move along towards our trading services, I think that is one of the anchors that we also need to look at. And also further areas of improvement is about creating an efficiencies in waste management chain, so that the service itself can be self-sustaining, and also create efficiencies so that it's for the benefit of our customers. Next slide. Thank you very much, Chair. That is the presentation from the City of Tshwane.
Thank you, Dr. Malaka, for your presentation. And I would like to upfront apologize.
Chairperson, you're muted.
Oh, apologies. Let me just start over. Thank you, Dr. Malaka, for your presentation, and apologies for having been interrupted. I think you were interrupted about 5 times by delegates on the platform. So I would like our technical team, when someone enters the room, to please mute them. If you see anyone, interrupting, please mute them. As well as delegates on the platform, please remain muted. I must, however, commend the honorable members. I've not seen any one of them just, being unmuted and interrupting the presenter. Because what it does, it for us who have to pose questions, and not being able to hear the presenter on the platform. I would like Chileka to please flight the agenda, because I know Dr. Malaka went over the time. So I would like the agenda to be flighted so that each and every presenter from now on, sticks to the allocated time. There you'll see the agenda in front of us. Allocated time per presentation is 30 minutes. So I'll give now, there will be questions and discussions from our honorable members, then followed by the city of Mangaung, whom I'm hoping that they are on the platform now, and city of Mangaung to please keep within the time of 30 minutes, then followed again by questions and discussions, and then our last presentation by City of Johannesburg. We do have a 2 o'clock sitting, so by that time I would like honorable members to be released to go to the sitting. Some of them do have to attend the physical sitting and not the online sitting, so I would like to give them sufficient time to ensure that they do reach the sitting this afternoon. Honorable members, by show of hands, I see your hands are up. If Chileka can also assist me, because I'm unable to see all the participants on the platform. Honorable Paulson will be number 1. Honorable Peach will be 2. Dr. Managa will be 3. I see Mkize will be 4. Honorable De Block will be 5. Let me just see if I go on. Honorable Makasi will be 6. Honorable Kumalo will be 7. And I've got one question to pose. So I'll come in as number 7. So let us start with our first honorable member, which is Honorable Paulson.
Thank you, Chairperson. And thank you, Dr. Malaka, for the presentation. Dr. Malaka, I didn't get a very strong sense of a circular economy where waste is viewed as a resource rather than something that must be discarded. You do have a strong system of waste collection, and I think you should look at making those EPWP waste collectors permanent employees. If waste collection and the environment is so important, we can't have casual labor. We need permanent staff that can be trained and that can be empowered to do the job well. So I'd also like to know, how do you promote recycling and composting in communities and schools as you do in city-owned buildings? And how do you support those communities, those poorer communities where they recycle, create livable spaces like gardens? How do you support them further other than just waste removal? And do you have any innovative technologies that you use for waste treatment and energy recovery, like waste to energy? So, for example, I think it's a very good idea that you set yourself a zero landfill goal, which is very good. That is the direction we should be moving in, where we recycle paper, glass, and plastic and reuse it. And whatever is left, we use for waste to energy. And in terms of social and environmental equity, do you provide the same level of waste collection to areas like Kameeldrift, Garankuwa, Soshanguve, as you do to areas like Waterkloof and Centurion? I know I'm from the Western Cape, so areas like Camps Bay and Bishop's Court get 2 waste collection days per week, and then other areas must be lucky if they get 1 or 2 per week, or 1 every 2 weeks. So I'd like to know, is the level of waste collection the same? Because I know you said there's a problem where there's not a very good dispersion of waste collection infrastructure. So do you service the poorer communities as often as you do the more affluent communities? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Paulson. Honorable Peach.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I would like to thank Dr. Malaka for his comprehensive and quite extensive presentation on waste management in the city of Tshwane. I do, however, feel that he paints quite a rosy picture, and he's quite economical with the level of degradation and issues that that the city is plagued with. And I've got a number of questions that I would like to pose to him, and If he can answer now, that would be great, but he's also welcome to perhaps give us a written reply. First and foremost, I wanted to find out from Dr. Malaka, what was the number of EPWP workers that have been employed by waste management specifically? Then I wanted to find out, of the 4 waste sites, how many have weighbridges that are functional? I'm well aware that in 2013 there was an extensive rollout of new equipment for weighbridges that was procured by the city at great expense. How many of those weighbridges are still functional? Then I wanted to find out in regards to the 4 buyback centers, who are currently managing those buyback centers? How much waste do they currently process? And why hasn't there been any subsequent buyback centers developed in those areas? Then in regards to the purchasing or development of new landfill sites, in 2015, there was a council resolution in the city of Tshwane to purchase a private landfill site, and a budget along with a mandate was given to Dr. Malaka's predecessor. Why was that process not completed in 2015? Then I wanted to find out, from a monitoring and management perspective, how many trucks currently have GPS monitoring systems to be able to see where trucks are active, what work they are currently doing. Are these trucks installed with cameras? How do you manage the waste management activities of the city? Then in 2014, there was an extensive recycling material recovery facility that was developed at Kwaggasrand landfill site. What has subsequently happened to that material recovery facility of the city? Is it still operational? Then I wanted to find out about the waste transfer sites. During the unfortunate strike in 2023, I believe that those sites became inoperable, and they basically had an environmental collapse there. Is Kruger, as well as Roy's Kraal, what is their functional state at the moment? And then I wanted to find out, in regards to bylaws and the enforcement of bylaws, how many fines have been written for illegal dumping? What is the total amount of fines that has been collected by the city of Tshwane? And how many green scorpions, how many bylaw enforcement agents does the department currently employ for the entire city? I also wanted to find out the Adopt a Spot. How many Adopt a Spot applications have been processed, and how many are currently active in that regard? And then finally, I just wanted to say that I have grave concerns surrounding the management, as well as the sustainability of the current waste management activities in the city of Tshwane. Most of the indicated activities indicate, timeframes from 2013. That's more than 10 years ago. And yet we are still waiting for new landfill sites, for new buyback centers, for new recycling initiatives to be created. And this is very, very concerning. And I think it is reflected in the non-compliance of the city with various legislation in this regard. I probably also want to ask Dr. Malaka if he can maybe indicate to us if there are any clear writs or indications from the Department of Non-Compliance to current legislation. If he could give us an indication. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Peach. Dr. Managa.
Thank you so much, Chairperson of the session. Let me take this moment and greet all the members who have joined the meeting, and also greet all the reps from all the 3 municipalities that are present today. Chairperson, let me first start by welcoming the presentation that Dr. Malaka has done. And let me also acknowledge and commend the sterling leadership of the MMC, who is responsible in Tshwane for environment and agriculture management. Chair, I've been to Tshwane not once. So they are hands-on. They are proactive in terms of tackling the pressing environmental challenges within that municipalities. And I hope other municipalities are also copying from what Tshwane is doing. They did an oversight recently wherein they visited Region 3 Waste Management Depot. I mean, it reflects a deep commitment to accountability, to service delivery, and also to operational efficiency. Honorable Chair, my question to the doctor: what specific measures, Doctor, is the City of Tshwane putting in place to address the repeated disruptions caused by groups of service providers, particularly in township areas? You did mention in your presentation that these issues are being dealt with decisively. Could you please elaborate on what that means in practical terms? Are there any budgetary constraints that are affecting your ability to implement these measures effectively, Doctor? The illegal dumping strategy, that's one of the good strategies that you have mentioned. I mean, to be honest, Chair, good things should be commended. The white paper recycling campaign, and adopt a sport program, you're doing a lot of coming back. You're doing a lot. Coming back to illegal dumping strategies, I also want to emphasize on the issue of fines. I don't know whether you have started to implement that. If not, we just want to know when will you start to implement that issue. Are you not going to face challenges as far as budget is concerned? Because most of the municipalities and the departments are struggling because of these current austerity measures that the government has imposed. I thank you so much. Keep up the good work, Dr. Malaka and the team. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Managa. Honorable Mkize.
Greetings. Just wanted to show that I'm available. Then can I switch off my video, please? Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and greetings to everyone that is in this presentation. And also, thank you. I would like to welcome the presentation from Dr. Malaga. It was very good. I just have few questions that I would like him to, maybe the doctor, to explain further for me. Given the challenge of competition from the private sector in estates and residential complexes, which I saw in page 5 when you're talking about waste collection. I'd like to know what specific strategies and plans does the municipality have in place to overcome this challenge? And then another question is regarding the city of Tshwane's plans to acquire a new landfill space. Can you, Doctor, please provide more information on the following? What is the estimated time frame for completing this process? What steps have been taken so far to assess the feasibility of extending existing landfills? Have any environmental impact assessment or other necessary studies been conducted for the proposed extension? What are the expected costs associated with these initiatives? Are there any plans for public consultation or engagement regarding these developments? In your presentation, didn't really catch up with this. If you can maybe elaborate further, I'll much appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mkhize. Honorable De Block.
Thank you very much, Acting Chair, and thank you to City of Tshwane for the presentation. I'm going to try to be brief because we are definitely running over time. I've been covered on some of my questions, but the outstanding ones are around landfill sites. I accept that you've looked at extending existing landfills as well as procuring existing private landfills. Procuring existing landfills doesn't increase the amount of landfill space available to residents of the city. So have you looked at procuring new sites? Have any of those been identified? Then on a specific situation around the Henops River, which has been labeled in the media as the river of disease and death, which is not a great title. There is a situation where waste pickers are living on province-owned land, state-owned provincial land, and doing informal recycling, but dumping in the river, burning waste, which is causing huge health hazards, along with the river pollution as another health hazard. What is being done at this specific site? Then in terms of the bylaws, I'm happy to see that those are being reviewed and improved, and hope to be part of the public consultation. Will those bylaws seek to address separation at source, given that this has been identified as something of a constraint, especially looking to scale up the Groenkloof pilot project? And then the last one is about the controversial city cleansing fee, where the City of Tshwane is going to be taxing non-users of its services who don't have municipal accounts for waste management. This seems a bit backwards logically to tax people that aren't using your services. I know the mayor has come out and said it's because they use the public landfill space, but then the fee for the use of that space should be going to the companies that are dumping, not burdening your taxpayer base even more than they already are. It's also not usage based. It's a flat fee for any properties, I think, over $250,000 valuation, or there's also a threshold for undeveloped properties. So please just talk to why or what the thought process was behind that cleansing fee. Have you considered alternatives such as taxing the companies that are actually providing these services rather than their users? And could you advise why you went for a flat fee instead of a usage-based fee? Just bearing in mind that people have transferred to private services because the municipal services were failing. That is the only reason that people would then go for private services. So, and then on Dr. Managa's comments around her MMC, fantastic that he's going to do oversight of his facilities, but if he spent more time trying to fix the issues he's found and not making objectionable statements in council instead, perhaps we'd be in a better space. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable De Block. Honorable Makasi.
Chairperson, point of order, Chairperson. Dr. Managa mentioned the good works of the MMC for agriculture and environment in Tshwane. The previous speaker then comes and criticizes the MMC simply because it was raised by Dr. Managa. I think you should rule that speaker out of order and ask him to retract those negative remarks he made.
Honorable Paulson, I think, because we are all politicians on these platforms, yes, honorable in terms of labeling, but we are all politicians on this platform. We all have different opinions in terms of what is transpiring at all these different municipalities. And therefore, we are giving each and every one of you to raise your opinions, whether it is contrary opinions or adverse opinions to what each of you have said there. It is for the city of Tshwane to come and clarify what each and every one honorable member have said on the platform. Thank you. Honorable Makasi, continue.
Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Acting Chair. Can I have a point of order, please? It's Member Peach.
Yes, Honorable Peach.
My apology, Acting Chair. I wasn't going to say anything, but in light of Member Paulson's point of order, I would like to raise a point of order that Member Paulson is an additional member to this committee. And I see Member Managa is currently in the committee. So can I please ask, why is Member Paulson in this committee? He is not allowed to be in the committee. That skews the number and the volume of delegates to the committee. Can I please get a ruling in regards to why an alternative member is allowed to ask questions and speak when the actual member is in the meeting currently?
Chairperson.
And Member Paulson should be removed, and the EFF can only have one representative on this committee at any given time. Can I have a ruling on that, Acting Chair?
Thank you.
Chairperson, can I respond since I'm one of the more experienced ones here?
My hand is also up.
Honorable members, I have made
to attend any committee.
Honorable members, I have made a
Peach must
ruling.
go for
Any
an
member,
orientation. Didn't he do orientation?
Honorable Paulson, I have not given you the platform. Allow me to answer.
But Chair, you have given Honorable Peach a platform after you have made a ruling. Why did you allow him to speak after you have made a ruling?
Honorable Managa, he raised a point of order, and I have therefore given him the platform. Honorable Paulson have interjected and not raised his hand or called for a point of order. And I thought I was clear enough when I've stated that each and every member on this platform obviously have their own opinion on matters that are presented to us. It's for the can that Zoom user please, it just says Zoom user, can Zoom user please just mute themselves? Thank you so much. Any member, Honorable Peach, can attend any committee. It's only when there is voting happening in those committees that those that are not full members of the committee is not allowed to vote in those committees. But any member can attend any committee of Parliament.
Thank you very much, Chair. I really appreciate it. I'm a rookie member of Parliament, and I very much appreciate that I've been informed in this regard. I will take that on board, and I apologize to Member Paulson, and I hope that our engagement will be fruitful. I will take that into account. Thank you very much, Acting Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Peach. Honorable Makasi, followed by Honorable Kumalo, and then Honorable Temba has got technical issues, is unable to raise his hand. Honorable Temba, you will be coming after Honorable Kumalo. Honorable Makasi, proceed, please.
Thank you again, Chair. I'm going to switch off my video so that I can have enough connection. My question to Dr. Malaka, which has done a presentation to us, is that he mentioned in his presentation that they have interventions which are required in the informal settlements and in township areas, which would be the drop-offs and containers that must still go there. So I would want to ask, how often do they collect waste in those areas now that they don't have those yet? And if they have a time frame to have those interventions implemented, and that the 11 million per month that is mentioned in the document that they spend on drop-offs or the landfill sites, is it for the broad waste management budget, or is it only spent on the drop-offs only? And if whether they have considered benchmarking with other cities to look at possible ways on how they can rehabilitate land for reuse. And I think Honorable Managa has asked this question, whether how are they going to reconcile their budgetary limitations in the number of interventions that they have alluded to in terms of them being able to implement their work. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Makasi. Honorable Kumalo, followed by Honorable Temba.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to all members on the platform and the officials that are present here. Chair, I want also to join members who have welcomed the presentation from the city of Tshwane, but I'm having some just few clarity questions that I want to ask. Chair, I want just to check what measures have the city put in place to address the challenge of Garankuwa and Soshanguve landfills, which are not necessarily designed to carry such high volumes of waste as they are currently receiving due to increased population. Chairperson, on the presentation, the presenter have indicated that next to Promospruit landfill site, there is a land that they are intending to buy, because that landfill site is also nearly to reach its own full capacity. I want just to check, Chair, is this still a brainstorming session to buy that land, or already there is a budget in relation to that? Lastly, Chair, the operational demand on the 4 landfill sites are currently overwhelming. The available resources, both financial and human resources. There are also recurring audit findings on no compliance around the issues and vandalism. What practical actions has been taken to move on this? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kumalo. Honorable Temba.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to my colleagues and Dr. Mananga from the city of Tshwane. I'd like to welcome the presentation from Dr. Mananga. Let me switch off my camera. Dr. Mananga, in terms of the city of Tshwane, on your outdated infrastructure and aging fleet, I have some few questions to ask, more especially on on maintenance and operation? What is the current age and the condition of the city of Tshwane fleet? And another one is, how does the aging fleet impact the city ability to deliver services to the resident? I'm checking something here. If we don't have fleet, then we can't service our people. So I think we need to budget or use our money or our budget on our fleet so that we can service our people. So that's where the service delivery will be done when we are servicing our fleet. So on maintenance, I urge with you, Dr. Managa, that please, you may respond it now, and can we have it on writing, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Temba. I will now give back to Honorable, oh, it's myself. I think I had said that I had a question that I wanted to ask. On the closed landfill sites, and then subsequently, Dr. Malaka mentioned that there's an undertaking in terms of bronchospread. I wanted to find out in terms of timelines, when will that area be ready, to receive waste? That was my question. And I'll hand over to Dr. Malaka to interact with the questions posed by our honorable members. Over to you, Dr. Malaka.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the questions as well. Let me just try to start with the last one going up. I think I'll start with the question that is raised by Honorable Nolumango. As part of the presentation, what I've illustrated is the fact that the Bronkhorstspruit landfill site is currently receiving waste. And as part of the assessment that has been made in June last year, we are remaining with 3 years, which obviously, as we know, the history of that site, it's been developed on the backdrop of a waste brick quarry, which is owned by the nearby or the adjacent property owner who's doing bricks. And our view in terms of expanding that site, we are actually hedging along the utilization of the existing quarry, which we'll be purchasing in the next financial year. However, at this stage, the planning is in suit in terms of ensuring that all the existing requirements in terms of the design, the planning, is currently undertaken. And I guess the question that has been asked by Honorable Temba, it's in relation to the current fleet age and as well as its impact on service delivery. As I've indicated in my presentation, that the city run a split model, a hybrid model, of which there is an internal services and an external services. So as part of external services, the city owns fleet, and the age of the fleet at this stage, it's the initial fleet that we have purchased, it was in, if I correctly remember, in 2019. So obviously the fleet age that we have is almost 8 years. And we purchased another batch in 2020, and the next fleet of that it came in 2023, and the other batch of fleet, it will be coming in this year. So obviously, as part of our defleeting strategy, our vehicle doesn't go over 12-year period. So obviously we are still well in line in terms of the age of the fleet. And yes, the fleet turnaround and as well as capital utilization of fleet has an impact in terms of the service delivery, because the lesser you have, the more impact it has on the service that you are providing. There was a question from Honorable Kumalo in relation to the challenges that we have in Karankua and Soshanguve landfill site. I think obviously based on the volume of waste that is coming through on those two facilities, hence you see as part of the presentation, the depletion is going faster on those two sites, especially in the northern side of Tshwane. And obviously one of the interventions that we are looking at, which was also raised by Honorable Peach in his question, was to say in 2015, there was a process in terms of purchasing the landfill site, which was owned by the private sector, just to alleviate pressure on those two sites. And obviously that process was halted due to the funding requirement. At that time in 2015, the city was requested to stop all the capital project that relates to funding from the open market, of which the landfill site was one of it. However, at this stage, as part of the plan, we are resuscitating that approach. And obviously there has been feasibility studies that has been done in relation to the procurement of the site. And we are resuscitating that process to ensure that we actualize the purchase of the landfill site. And there was a question about the Bronkhorstspruit and the land. I think I've spoken about it in terms of the landfill site being on the backdrop of the quarry, and we will be acquiring that quarry for expansion of the site. And we also noted the operational demands of the landfill sites, which are overwhelming, and basically is due to the underfunding that we find ourselves in. As you rightfully said, to say that the operational cost that relates to the management and the running of the landfill site, it's actually getting higher and higher. And obviously that is also based on the fact that most of us as cities, we don't have enough capital, especially on the operational and the capital perspective, to intensify the operation and management of this site. There was a question from Honorable Makasi in terms of informal settlement, and then how do we collect in the area in the current state. Obviously, as part of our service standard, we collect once a week in informal settlement, but the methodology that we are using is through plastic bags with no formalized, let's say, drop-off facilities in those spaces. And what the collection approach is mainly around once a week and collected through plastic bag. And as part of the strategy, we're looking at formalizing disposal facilities or disposal spaces in those areas to ensure that the community in those spaces as well do have a way in which they do have their drop-off facilities, because as part of our intensive exercise, we've realized that there is a problem in terms of storage facilities in that area, hence the issues that relate to illegal dumping, issues that relates to cleanliness in those spaces. But however, in terms of the service standard, we do service those areas in once a week. And there was an issue that was raised of the 11 million from Honorable Makatsi. I think the 11 million is only for operational cost of all the disposal facilities in the city. It therefore exclude the capital budget of it, and it also exclude the operational budget for waste collection services in general across the city. And obviously, as part of the budget intervention for implementation, of these initiatives. We are actually reprioritizing within what we have in the current stage to implement some of the initiatives that we've put in place. And obviously, as also illustrated, budgets are not enough to go at full scale in terms of ensuring that we become impactful in terms of what we are implementing. Hence the approach. It's now starting with pilot projects as we go along so that we can be able to realize those gains and scale up as we go further. There was a question from Honorable Deep Block in terms of new landfill sites. I think I've touched on that, especially in the northern side, where we are resuscitating the program for procurement of privately owned landfill site. And there was an issue around the Henops River and the intervention. I think here it's more around the illegality and as well as land grabs, as well as land invasion, of which as part of the program that we are having as a city, we have established an integrated bylaw enforcement unit that is housed at the Metropolis Department, which definitely it's looking at these issues and some of the implementation that have been done in relation to ensuring that we address those illegality in that space. I think the context in which the Henops River problem come from, it's actually a multi-municipality problem that arises from the point source or the point of where the river starts in the city of Johannesburg and the city of Ekurhuleni, more especially along the river in terms of the activities that are currently happening upstream, which also are exacerbated by the challenges that we are having in the city along the river as well, in terms of the informality of waste pickers along those spaces. So obviously the amendment to the bylaw also talks to some of this regulatory and compliance issues that we need to inform through the institutionalization of the integrated bylaw enforcement unit that is taking up this specific exercise. And there has been an issue in relation to the cleansing charge that has been raised by the Honorable De Block. And obviously, based on that, I think we I just need to be to go back to the legislative prescripts in terms of the tariff setting. I think if you look at Section 74, subsection H, it also prescribes what are the elements and
Dr. Malaka, are you there?
the principles in which the tariffs should be set. It's to advancement of which that cleansing tariff. Yeah, Chair. Chair, can you hear me?
Yeah, we've lost you there for a minute, Dr. Malaka. That's why I've asked
Oh.
whether you're still on the platform.
Okay, am I audible now?
Yeah, you may proceed. Thank you.
Okay. I think I'll go back to the issue of the cleansing levy the cleansing charge, as I was trying to illustrate the prescriptive and the rationale behind the implementation of the charge, stemming it from the Section 74 subsection H, which actually give guidance in terms of the tariff settings and the principles that are aligned to that. And then one of it is more around the tariff that advances environmental objective. And however, we are using this as part of the polluter pays principle. And we are hinging it along the fact that the current waste collection services that we are having, it's also a two-way approach, which you find the city collection services as well as the private collection services, and of which, in terms of the tariff that we are currently using, it's a split tariff that is based on collection and as well as on servicing and maintenance of the infrastructure. So obviously the members of the public or customers that are not utilizing the city services creates an element of the revenue vacuum that also has been illustrated in terms of the sustainability of waste collection in the city, to say that comprehensively as part of the value chain, there is some gaps that are realized on the fact that the private collectors are also using the same infrastructure that the other greater communities that are participating in the city's waste collection services are contributing unto. So I think the rationale behind is actually based on those principles, and the principles as well can also be enhanced further, and we can also provide that in writing to the member that have raised the question. There was an issue that, sorry, there was a question that comes from Honorable Member Mkhize in relation to competition between the private sector and the municipality. I think our bylaw provision now, in terms of its amendment, it now looking at the stringent permitting system of the permits that are offered to private players, and as well as hinging it to Section 24 of NEMA, that is very clear in terms of the approach, so that we can have, as a city, a specific control and stringent control on that space, on that front. There was an issue that was raised again by Member Mkhize in terms of the airspace assessment and the feasibility of acquiring new landfill sites. And however, as I said, as I also indicated in my earlier question, that there is feasibility studies that are currently undertaken to actually look at how then do we expand the space, and also looking at the development of new cells and the permitting processes that we are currently undertaking for those areas that we have mentioned for expansion. I think there was an issue around the expected cost of these activities that we are doing. We can provide that separately. There was a question which was asked by Honorable Managa in terms of measures to address disruptions. Obviously, this is based on the social facilitation exercise that we do have, which we therefore request the MMC and responsible councillors in the area to actually assist in terms of disruption and social facilitation aspects, so that we can have services continuing in areas where there are challenges. And obviously, over the last a year or so, I think we have realized stability in this space. And one question which was asked by Honorable Managa was the issue in terms of budgetary constraints. And obviously, in flagging along the presentation, I think I've raised that quite extensively, that to say, yes, the budget is not enough. However, with what we have, we trying to expand the rent to cover very critical areas of our service. And however, in doing that, some areas will actually suffer. And there was a question in relation to fines, how many fines has been issued and at what value. I think we can provide that information as we do have. And there were questions which were raised by Honorable Peach in referring to the number of EPWPs employed. I think over a period of time, the city was not recruiting based on the financial position that we were currently experiencing. We're now realizing the recruitment drive starting again. And obviously the last recruitment on this cohort of employees was in 2019. We can provide the data in terms of how many were insourced or were employed at that time. And obviously we are still on the current recruitment drive to employ further employees in that category. The issue again that was raised, it was in relation to the buyback centers, who manage them. The buyback centers are currently managed by members of the community or interested parties that have an interest in terms of recycling of waste. And those facilities has been managed ever since the transfer from DFFE by those specific members. And we are now going out again on the expression with for new facilities for facilities to be put out there for people with interest to continue managing them. In 2015, there was a purchase of the landfill site. I think I spoke to this, that all the capital funding that were sourced from extensive borrowing were actually stopped at the time because of the financial position of the city. And as a result, based on the steady improvement on finances, we are revisiting this exercise again. How many trucks do they have GPS? As far as you can recall, Member Peach, the contract that we have institutionalized as of July last year, it had a heavy requirement of ensuring that all vehicles that will be operating in the city, irrespective of privately owned as contractors and those that are owned by the city, should actually have a valid tracker where we can be able to institutionalize monitoring of those trucks to where they are and what they are doing. And that exercise is currently continuing as we speak. And all private players that are participating in the space are monitored through that exercise. And it also has an impact in terms of the payment if the valid tracker records are not provided for claiming of invoices. The issue was the state of the strike. Obviously, the strike has had an impact on all operations within the city, not alone on waste. However, at this stage, all of these facilities are now operational, as we did not experience any disruption ever since the strike. So we can safely say all these facilities are operational. Yes, during the non-operational state, there has been a lot of problems, as we are well aware that those facilities are actually servicing the community, and at the time we couldn't stop the community from operating, from utilizing the site. Fines and values, I think, of illegal dumping, we can provide that stats and information from our sister department, the Metro Police. And the green scorpions that we have in the city, currently we have 11, including myself as well. But however, looking at the magnitude and the geographical footprint, that is a drop in an ocean. And obviously, as part of increasing the human capacity within the city, there's 1 or 2 of them that we have advertised quite recently. And also that hinges along the available fiscal position of the city. The issue of adopted sport, in terms of how many sports and how many applications, we can provide the information or that statistics to Member Peach. And the issues of non-compliance, yes, they are non-compliance because the provision is to say at least the facilities should be at 80% non-compliance. And on average, I think our facilities are between 60 and 70%, with one or two that are at 80%. And in terms of the questions that have been raised by Member Paulson, especially around the circular economy, I think, yes, there is some activities that we're doing along that line. I think as part of the presentation, I've illustrated beneficiation of shredded garden waste that are reused as part of the circular economy approach. And obviously, there's also some of the recycling initiatives that I've also indicated. But however, what is important is for us to go at scale. But obviously, going at scale, it will need resource intensification that are also aligned to the budget availability of the city and the fiscal positioning of the city. However, then, yes, there's an issue that Member Paulson have raised about the waste to energy. And as part of the program or process of energy security that has been raised, that has been put out in terms of making available of our power station as a resource, waste to energy is considered as one of the technology approaches that the city is currently undertaking. At this stage, we are now at the position of getting transactional advisor who will therefore assist us within this transaction of ensuring that we capitalize and actually look at those facilities that have been put on the market with service providers. The service standard that we are providing, I think there was a question around that. The service standard is to say in all areas we provide.
Apologies, Dr.
We
Malaka.
provide services in terms of the current service standard of.
You may proceed, Dr. Malaka. I think there was someone on the platform that were unmuted.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I think in terms of the service standard, which was raised as a question, all areas are provided with weekly collection services as part of our service standard in the city. And obviously, the issue that relates to informal settlements as well, I think we are also providing the once a week service in terms of the service standard, and also supported by the 9-point source collection in terms of clearing of illegal dumping on consistent basis. There is one last question that was also asked by, I think it is not Member Peach, it is one member that I cannot recall in terms of the material recovery facility. Yes, it's Member Peach in 2014. At this stage, there has been a protracted legal dispute in relation to the operationalization of that specific facility, of which the legal dispute is still on course in terms of the contractual arrangement that have been in place and the dispute that arises from that space. However, at this current moment, the facility is operated by the private player in terms of ensuring that there is a activity in those spaces, pending the protracted dispute that the city is still undergoing with the developer of the facilities. Chair, I think I've tried to cover most of the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Malaka. Honorable Kumalo, I see is your legacy. Is there a legacy hand?
Is my legacy hand? Let me take it out.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Kumalo. Okay, next we have the city of Mangaung, who will be taking us through the presentation on their waste management, including the state of landfill sites in the city of Mangaung. Can the presenter?
Morning.
Okay, is Councillor Jonas is the presenter?
Yes, morning, honorables.
Okay, good.
Officials of different municipalities. Isekama. Thank you, Program Director. We apologize to join the meeting late as Mangaung. I'm with the city manager, which is Ntate Selomore, the HOD of the department, Dr. Taban Tinda, the GM of solid waste management, Ntate Tabang Nkate, and the GM of landfill site, Ntate Thomas Tsukudu. The Mangaung consists of 7 towns, which is Bloemfontein, Tabancho, Botshabelo, Soutpan, Diversdorp, Van Stad, and Diepenaar. The trade waste department area of my responsibility of the department is trade waste, domestic waste, public cleansing, illegal dumping, and landfill site. Program director, I want to give to the city manager through you, city manager.
Thanks very much, honorable members, the MMC, and all protocol observed. My name is Lomure, I'm the city manager of Mangaung. I'm just going to give a broad overview and allow the HOD to talk to issues of waste as well as landfill site management in Mangaung. I must say, Chair, to a large extent, we have standardized the issues of collection as Mangaung. There are still challenges here and there, but we have come up with mitigating programs, as well as putting some injection of some resources into the program of waste management. And I would say that if you are here in Mangaung, some 6 months or a year ago, people were calling it a city of waste, but now Mangaung is reasonable, but we are oblivious to the fact that there are challenges, and we are attending to these challenges. So I will give over to the HOD, Dr. Tinda, to run through with the presentation. Dr. Tinda, thanks. HOD Tinda, you can continue.
Where's the HOD?
Hello, I'm here. I was struggling to unmute my.
Continue, Mr.
Yeah,
Continue,
it is.
Mr. Tinda.
Yes.
Can Councillor Jonas mute herself?
Yes.
Then Mr. Tinda can continue. Thank you.
Yes. Mangaung, a metropolitan municipality, comprises of 7 towns with an estimated population of 811,000. The municipality is rendering weekly refuse removal services to about 229 thousand households, in terms of as per the States SA, which requires a once a weekly refuse collection. Now, as solid waste management, we are rendering this service to all 7 towns of the metro, which includes a household refuse collection, the business refuse collection, cleansing of public litter on the streets and open spaces. Now, in terms of our staff complement or staff component, we, as per the introduction, we have 7 towns and the staff complements, it's about 789. The total number of active staff component is 514, which gives us a total percentage of 55%. Now, in terms of fleet, total number of fleet as per the municipal waste allocation, it's 18 compaction. And then total number of active fleets is 14. And for efficiency, we need, requires, as per norms and standard, we requires about 40. The budget allocated for 2024-25 is 110 million. And for 2025, year to date, it's about 75 million. And the salary percentage movement, it's about 75%. Now, in terms of unstructured overtime budget implications, we've got 24 million original budget, and year to date, it's 40 million, which gives us 162.5%. Now, the structured overtime budget implications, Chairperson, and the original budget was 8 million, and year to date is 12 million as in April. And the percentage movement is 156%. Now, with regard to financial implications, the acting budget implications, it's about 5 million, and then year to date is 4 million. The percentage movement is 72.9%. Now, with and the breakdown is a trade weight service provider refuse collection budget implication. The original budget was 41 million, and year to date it's 27 million, and the percentage movement is about 67%, Chairperson. And with regard to the USDG project budget implications, we were given 820,000, and year to date we managed to spend 817,000, which gives you 99%. Next slide. Now, I wanted to say this, Chairperson, towards sustainability, we have appointed a service provider with a full maintenance lease approved to deal with challenges of fleet provision, as this actually has a huge impact in terms of service delivery. We have also approved a shift system to deal with sustainable collection and also to try to avoid the huge overtime. And a shift system to be piloted in June for full implementation in July. And pardon me, because this one was not part of the slide, Chairperson. Thank you. We can proceed to landfill side. Chairperson, the purpose of this response to an invite to brief the Portfolio Committee on Forestry, Fisheries, Environment on Waste Management in Mangaung. Now, Mangaung, as indicated, has 7 landfill sites spread throughout the 6 towns, making up the metro. They differ in their level of compliance with requirements for waste disposal by landfill, as well as in their sizes, with the biggest situated in Bloemfontein. Now, the number of staff component as per the subdirectorate landfill, it's about 119. Those appointed is 48, and the percentage is 40%. The vacancy rate there is about 59.7%. Now, with regard to a fleet component for landfill sites, Chairperson, we've got a number of fleet, it's about 8 that were allocated to us. Those that are active, currently it's 5. And for efficiency, Chairperson, we need about 35 machines, 5 per town, depending on the size of our landfill site. Now, with regard to financial implications for landfill sites, original budget was 15 million, and year to date it's 11 million. The salary movement thereof is 77%. Unstructured overtime budget implication, Chairperson, original budget was 431 million, and year to date it's 426 million. Percentage movement is 98.8%. The unstructured overtime, the structured overtime there is about 5 million. Pardon me, Chairperson, the above one is structured, the below one is unstructured. It's 5 million, and year to date is 7 million, and the percentage is 143%. The acting budget implication, Chairperson, is 4 million original budget, and year to date is 3.4 million, and percentage movement is 82%. And with regard to USDG project budget implication, original budget is 7 million, and year to date 3.8 million. Movement there is is 53.2%, and this is in relation to rehabilitation of North Landfill site. And with regard to development of new landfill sites, the budget therefore was 4.7 million, and year to date we haven't spent anything. We have actually requested the Subdirectorate Human Settlement to assist us in identifying and procuring a new site for the development of a new landfill site. And with regard to upgrade and rehabilitation of Botshabelo landfill site, Chairperson, the budget allocation there is 900,000, and year to date we have spent it's about 160, and percentage is 14.5%. Chairperson, I must say that we have appointed a service provider to repair and maintain the Botshabelo landfill site, way bridges. So the movement will change drastically in this quarter. And an upgrade of and rehabilitate refurbishment of South Landfill site. The budget there was 1.6 million, and year to date we have spent 150,000, and movement is 7%. Chairperson, here on this regard, we have actually completed I think it was last week, we've completed the first stage of fencing of South Landfill site. And now, in terms of the achievements for solid waste and landfill, Chairperson, and with regard to solid waste, inner city cleaning, in the past year, the city managed to implement an inner city cleansing program with an effective operational plan. We have also implemented the first phase of installation of refuse bins within the CBD of the metro. The allocated, like I indicated, the allocated budget there was 820, and we managed to install or erect 251 concrete bins across the 7 regions. And with regards to household refuse collection, we have regularized the household refuse collection in some areas due to a shortage of trucks and funds. And the business refuse collection, we have outsourced a portion of the function to the external service provider due to a shortage of trucks. And we have also started with the registration of all businesses in the city, inclusive of the sports, the students' accommodations. And with regard to landfill site, Chairperson, an effective landfill operational plan was developed and is active now. Landfill management plan was also developed, but yet to go for council approval. And this is the first document actually across the entire country that was developed. The first stage of Southern landfill site has been completed with regard to fencing, and that is part of achievement. We have activated the closing and opening of the landfill sites, Chairperson, as this has never happened in the past. We have also activated the environmental management inspectors as part of enforcing compliance at all our landfill sites. And we have further appointed a service provider for the repair, like I indicated, of the 3-way bridges, Botshabelo Way Bridge, South and North Landfill Site Way Bridges. Chairperson, with regard to the personnel, we are experiencing personnel challenges due to lack of funds. In terms of the trucks, we are currently experiencing a huge shortage of trucks, negatively affecting service delivery. We are unable to collect refuse efficiently as a result. In some instances, we utilize external service providers to add on a shortage of trucks. And with regard to landfill site, Mangaung landfill sites were managed by officials that had no training, no relevant qualifications or experience for that responsibility. This is part of the challenges that we are experiencing. The status of all sites are a result of perennial negligence due to the above reasons. In terms of security, Proper armed security is needed 24 hours on the sites. Inadequate daily compaction and cover of waste due to lack of access control at the landfill sites. Burning of waste in the landfill sites is continuously happening there. And the challenges are still continuing. High acting expenditure as a result of a shortage of personnel. We end up having to put people on acting for us to perform certain essential functions. As a illegal dumping, as a result of non-collection. These are costs as a result of non-collection. Some residents end up disposing of waste illegally at open spaces. Now, and with regard to PPE, lack of PPE for workers has impacted badly on the health and safety regulations. The landfill site challenge goes around fencing around the south landfill site. For proper access control, we need to ensure that we fence the entire landfill site. Sites needed to be well fenced with about 1.8 meter high fence. This is a legislative requirement, Chairperson. And with regard to illegal occupants of shacks, these people are occupying, building shacks and igniting fires inside the landfill site. Hence, we said we need and to enforce that we need more security at landfill site. Shortage of machinery. Inadequate machinery puts pressure on one machine being overused, trying to keep up with influx of waste into the site and compromising on progressive rehabilitation of the site. Now, in terms of the recommendation for both waste and landfill sites, and that the municipality should fill the vacant critical positions, that the municipality should procure sufficient trucks for an efficient service rendering, and that full maintenance will actually assist a lot in terms of those machineries that we need. And that procurement of sufficient trucks for efficient and delivery of services will actually reduce the excessive overtime expenditure. That the implementation of shift system will reduce excessive overtime as well. And this goes the same with regard to landfill sites. Filling of vacancy, like we said about that, illegal dumping in terms of recommendation, we need education and awareness raising to the communities in order to eliminate illegal dumping. Education and awareness, we further need compliance monitoring and enforcement, as well as appointment of green scorpions, like, for example, the peace officers. We need sufficient budget allocation that will assist in complying with permit conditions. I'll make an example: water samplings and analysis, external auditing, and internal road maintenance, sourcing of cover materials as well.
Apologies, Mr. Tinder. I see, you know, can we mute Aluon Swim or whatever that name is? Are we able to mute that person? You can continue, Mr. Tinder.
I was done with the presentation, Chairperson. If Chairperson allow, I would like to present one of the programs that we are implementing here, the Presidential Employment Stimulus Program, the PES project that we have implemented since in this current financial year. This is one of the flagship projects that we would like to brag about, Chairperson, if Chairperson allows.
No, Mr. Tinder, you know, the honorable members interact with what we receive from the department. Your presentations were given to all of us to interact with, so that we raise questions at the end of your presentation and interact with it. Now you want to present something that we have not perused beforehand, and we have done an undertaking previously that will not happen in this committee. Everything that we will discuss in this committee would have been on information that every single member of this committee would have received beforehand. So then perhaps if you would like to then forward that through to the department, I think that would then be highly appreciated from your side. Yeah. I would also just like to come in. You know, when I open up before I open up for Mangaung, I think the technical person I have put on the presentation of Mangaung, and then Councillor Jonas just decided to come in. I have not finished what I was saying, because normally we round off by, letting the previous team, which was the City of Tshwane, Dr. Malaka and his team, that they could excuse themselves. But with Dr. Malaka, before you and your team leaves the platform, that you would, in writing, before the 28th of May, if you would furnish us with the details on the rationale behind the city cleansing levy, insourcing of labor, illegal dumping, fines and value. If you could then just forward that by the 28th of May through to the department, Dr. Malaka, you and your team may take your leave now. I will then open up for questions from honorable members on the city of Mangaung. Honorable members, may I see your hands? I see the hand of Dr. Managa, followed by Honorable Makasi, followed by Honorable Paulson, followed by Honorable Kumalo, followed by Honorable De Block, followed by Honorable Peach. I know that Honorable Temba has a technical issue. Honorable Temba, would you like an opportunity to raise a question? May I hear you?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Honorable De Block will then be followed by Honorable Temba. Honorable Mkhize. Is Honorable Mkhize still on the platform? Oh, Honorable Mkhize.
Yes, I'm still on the platform.
Okay, Honorable Mkhize, you will follow Honorable Temba, and then I will be the last person to pose a question. Dr. Managa, you may start. Thank you.
Ndolivuwa, Honorable Chairperson, Dr. Tinda, thank you so much for the presentation that you have made. It's well received. I do have few questions that I would like to pose. The other question that I posed earlier to Dr. Malaga, I will pose it again. In your presentation, Doctor, you mentioned that the city is servicing about 229,000 households across 7 towns. We have noted that only 18 waste collection trucks are available, with 14 in good working conditions. And you also indicate that the requirement is at least 40 for efficiency. In one of the slides, Doctor, that was slide number 3, if I'm not wrong. When you were presenting, you said you need 35 trucks, at least 5 per town, 40 and 35. Exactly how much do you need for efficiency? With just 14 functional trucks, City of Mangaung, how are you able to service the entire area effectively? I also heard you talking about the waste that is being burnt. We know, all of us, that waste are not supposed to be burnt because of the dangers that they may pose, especially when they are in an open areas. What are you doing to make sure that the bylaws are adhered to? The issue of illegal dumping. The same question I posed to Dr. Malaka on the issue of illegal dumping, it will also apply to you, Doctor. What specific actions are you taking as a city to curb the widespread problem of illegal dumping, particularly in those areas where waste collection is inconsistent? What enforcement, community engagement, or cleanup initiatives that you are having currently in order to address this challenge of illegal dumping? I thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Managa. Honorable Makasi.
Thank you, Chair. I welcome the presentation from the municipality, and I would like to ask the following questions to them. Since they've mentioned that there is a shortage in trucks, which results in the use of external services providers, how much is being paid to the service providers vis-a-vis the price to purchase or to purchase the new trucks or to fix them? Have they ever considered going that route of fixing these trucks or buying them instead of taking the whole money to external service providers, considering or looking at the high rate of unemployment that we have in our country? Because I believe that by purchasing new trucks, that would be creating employment for new drivers and people that would be assisting in terms of collecting waste in the different areas. 2, what steps have been taken to address the challenges of neglected landfill sites as a result of irresponsible and irrelevant training and qualifications to run these sites? And what consequence management tools have been employed to address this? And by allowing or enforcing by way of instruction that workers work without the necessary PPEs, are they not opening up for legal cases or municipality being challenged where they have to account for ill health of employees, which might cost them money that they don't have? Judging of the report, because they are in breach of health and safety regulations. And if they are, as a municipality, failing on this, are they able to monitor the external contractors if they are implementing what they are not implementing? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Makasi. Honorable Paulson.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Dr. Tinder, for the presentation. Dr. Tinder, you didn't speak much about, and I didn't get much of a sense of it either, of a circular economy where you view waste as a resource rather than something that must be discarded. You also said you've got 514 active employees to service almost 230 households. Do you also have EPWP employees, and will you look at employing them on a permanent basis? Because waste management should not be seen as something that's part-time. It's like every other service. It's probably the most critical service, because if we don't collect waste in communities, it leads to diseases, sicknesses, and a burden on our already overburdened healthcare facilities. And how do you promote recycling at source and composting in communities and schools? And you've mentioned that you burn waste. Now, it's fine to burn waste, but you know, to burn waste in an open area is actually a waste. Do you have any innovative technologies that you will use to recover energy from waste? So there are many waste to energy programs around the country. Are you not considering using this as a way to generate energy? And I think it's also very important for any city that wants to, and I remember Mangaung when it was beautiful. It wasn't so beautiful a few years back when I worked there. So I think a way to actually get back to that and to actually surpass what Mangaung was is to set yourself a goal where you will have zero landfill, where you recycle paper, glass, plastic, and you reuse it, and whatever is left you use for waste to energy. And I know my colleague, Dr. Managa, she spoke about the harmful fluent from burning waste, but there are technologies that can be used to reduce the number of possible poisons going into the environment. So it's something, is that something you are looking at? And then also, in terms of waste and waste management, I think social and environmental equity is very important. So there are poorer communities there in Mangaung, informal settlements, and there are wealthier, more affluent areas. Do you provide the same amount of service to the poorer communities as you do to the more affluent areas? And, you know, so what's your collection times, waste collection times? Do you collect once a week in all communities? Or is it once a week in some communities and twice a week in others? Could you just expand how you deal with that particular matter? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Paulson. Honorable Kumalo.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Is
Let
there,
me also,
yeah,
thank
I
you
think,
very much.
sorry, Honorable Kumalo, the delegation, I would have thought during COVID time, everyone was online and used, online platforms to do meetings. What we've experienced here today is we've never experienced it. We've had so many interruptions of presenters on the platform today. And I think I've made the request very clear that when you are not on the platform, mute yourself. And I've also asked the technical team to also assist us in terms of that. It's extremely disturbing when you're on the platform, you're gathering your thoughts, and then there's an interruption. Please, can we ensure that there are no more interruptions when there's someone on the platform? You may proceed, Honorable Kumalo.
Chair, thank you very much. Let me also welcome the presentation from the city of Mangaung. But I'm having some few questions, Chair, to the HOD. One, how are you dealing with the illegal occupants inside the landfill sites, especially within a legal framework? If people are not getting the necessary waste disposal services, do you think that they will stop illegal dumping if there is more education and awareness in their communities? Lastly, Chair, I'm also having an interest to hear in terms of the EPWP, as my colleague have also asked, because in the presentation itself, it does not reflect anything in relation to the EPWP. It means that there is no EPWP under this division. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kumalo. Honorable Peach.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I've been covered by my very constructive colleagues that have asked some excellent questions, specifically Dr. Managa and Honorable Paulson. So I just want to maybe just add to what Member Paulson asked. I just want to find out how many areas in the 7 cities that Mangaung services, how many areas are still using predominantly the 80-liter bins and not the 240-liter wheelie bins? And then finally, as I've said, I've been covered specifically surrounding the air quality issues of burning waste. I just want to find out from the USDG how much of this grant is spent annually and how much has the city had to return to National Treasury. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Peach. Honorable De Block.
Thank you, Chair. I likewise have been covered by the excellent questions from my colleagues Managa, Paulson, and Kumalo, so I won't take up any more time. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable De Block. Honorable Mkhize.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's Honorable Temba who's next.
Apologies, Honorable Temba. It's you, followed by Honorable Mkhize, and then I'll come in after Honorable Mkhize. Thank you so much. You may proceed.
No problem. Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, my mind is running very far when it comes to the overtime issue. How can Mangaung being in 162.5% of solid waste overtime and plus 143% for landfill management? It really worries me. If we can take this overtime money and buy trucks, it will be the best thing ever that they can do. And it's not something that started now. It's been happening for many years. Mangaung has been operating like this for many years. When we go back and check on our portfolio committee's reports, this has been happening for many years. I think they need to change a strategy. But that's where the problem lies. Let me bring this where the problem lies. The problem lies when the landfill site is run by unqualified staff. Mangaung has unqualified staff that is managing the landfill site, which is costing them. I don't know whether they do benchmarking. If maybe they can benchmark with city of Tshwane and check how are they doing things, how are they operating. It's really this money that they are spending on overtime. It's too much. It's too much. So I think they really need to check that side and fix it and see whether in the future they're not going to service all the 7 towns. And another one, I just want to check with them in terms of wellness. I didn't hear them talking about wellness. I think this is on OHS Act, which is it deals with hepatitis B. I just want to check with them. Are their workers receiving hepatitis B injection for their wellness to protect them from the diseases, more especially on the waste that they are working with? And in terms of PPE, can Mangaung try to push so that people they can get PPE? And I've noticed some years back that Mangaung they've been having more of injuries on their waste packers. Their waste packers they've been injured because they don't have PPE. So we urge with you, Dr. What's your name? We urge with you, Mangaung, to help Dr. Tinda help us and get PPE for our people. It's not nice to work without PPE. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Temba. Honorable Mkhize.
Coming from Maban.
Are the other Mkhizes who speak Sotho?
Yes, I have just previously requested for people to mute their gadgets. It is like they don't see on the gadgets where it says audio and mute.
But Chair.
Yes, Honorable Makasi.
In a normal situation where we have meetings, if people continue to disturb the meeting, they get removed from the meeting. Why are these people constantly being begged to mute? They must be removed.
Thank you, Honorable Makasi. I think that is a brilliant proposal and we shall do so. Honorable Mkiza, you're on the platform. May I continue?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and greetings again. I would like to welcome the presentation from Mangaung, Dr. Tshwane. Most of my questions was covered by other honorable members. I will just have only two. Why are over 50% of landfill posts still unfilled during this waste crisis? I'm just perplexed why they're saying they're posts, but then they haven't filled those posts. Maybe if Doctor can explain that one to us. And how will the municipality reduce illegal dumpings without consistent collection and education? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mkize. As I've alluded to, I have a question as well to pose to Dr. Tinda. Dr. Tinda, the presentation was, from what I've seen, more leaning toward finances than on waste management and the state of your landfill sites. What are the status of your 7 landfill sites and on your integrated waste management? Is the city of Mangaung and DFFE working together? Because we don't get a feel from a presentation. As we've seen from other municipalities when they presented. Is it possible for the city of Mangaung and DFFE just to take us into confidence whether they are working together? Because the other municipalities have indicated on the bylaws and then the support that they've received from DFFE. Is that the case for the city of Mangaung as well? Is it just possible to for DFFE as well as the city of Mangaung to please answer on that? I do see Honorable Mkize and Honorable Kumalo's hands again. Are those new questions or is it legacy hands?
Ouderdom, Sissy.
Ouderdom. Okay, thank you, Honorable Kumalo. Honorable Mkize. Dr. Tinda, will hand over to you to interact with our questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairperson, and many thanks to all my honorable members with the questions and advice that they gave the city. I will start with question number 1 with regard to details on the rationale behind the city cleansing. Chairperson, upon responding to all these questions, I think it will be prudent that we also put this in writing to share with members, if Chairperson allows. With me, Chairperson, I'm sitting with my 2 general managers that will also assist in terms of responding to all these questions. General Manager for solid waste as well as landfill site. Now, Chairperson, in the CBD, we've, like I said, we have developed an operational plan for the CBD, whereby the unit or division responsible is public cleansing. And in our operational plan, we've divided into 4 groups. And in terms of sweeping, in terms of collecting refuse, and we've also integrated the unit called of horticultural services, which also assist in terms of weeding the weeds in the CBD. And further to that, Chairperson, we do have past participants, the Presidential Employment Stimulus Program, and those that are focused on horticultural services and urban greening, as well as recycling and composting. Now, part of those participants that are responsible for horticultural services, they are also complementing to ensure that the city remains clean. Now, with regard to question number 2, Chairperson, household collection, there was a question indicating that we're having 40 trucks and 35. Now, 40 trucks, we're talking about the domestic collection, those ones that we are collecting and that are collecting households. And the 35, we're referring to the landfill sites. And question number, and further questions, it goes to say, what are you doing to ensure that there's no fire at landfill sites? Chairperson, I indicated that part of the challenge was that our landfill sites are not fenced, number one. And number two, we had previously the challenges with regard to compliance officers, with regard to security. Those people, illegal reclaimers that are there, security personnel that was deployed there is actually afraid of them. Hence, we said we are requesting armed 24 armed response security. Now, there are plans, Chairperson. We have requested a budget to ensure that we fence the entire landfill site. One. Number two, we have requested, we have actually deployed the environmental management inspectors to ensure that they assist those or guide those people that are dumping outside the landfill site. And if they are refusing, there are charges upon that. Chairperson, we have also requested legal services to assist us with a court order and trespasses. So we are going to remove all the land and the reclaimers that are at our landfill sites. And then we start afresh by registering each and every one of them because we do want to assist them. And in ensuring that we work with the reclaimers that are there, DFFE has assisted us with the, what do you call them? No, what do you call them? The Polico and the PROs, to ensure that they support these reclaimers and in ensuring that we promote recycling. Now, question number 4, further going to say illegal dumping. What measures are we putting in place to ensure that there is no illegal dumping? Chairperson, we are continuously talking with the ward councillors and also the community, the ward community members to assist us in ensuring that we don't actually dump at any place. If the refuse is not collected, we negotiate with the councillors to say, please inform the community that they must put their refuse at a certain point whereby we collect those refuse at least once a week. And another thing, when there are illegal dumpings, after clearing those illegal dumping, Chairperson, we actually encourage the community to adopt that open space as part of an adopt a park. We do, as a city, have a policy that allows that, Chairperson. Now, in adopting that open space, we say, please come and take trees from the office, which we also got support from the DFFE, Chairperson, so that they plant as part of promoting urban greening in the city. We also say that they must also use those open space to plant vegetable and gardens. And this is part of one of the measures that we're ensuring that we reduce the number of illegal dumpings in the city. Now, I think I've addressed the question on cleaning operations that we are having, because we are now and then encouraging the community to say, community, let's buy into these programs, because these are not municipal projects or programs. They are yours. Please buy in. And one of the requests to buy in is to adopt these open spaces where there were illegal dumping sites. How much is it that is being paid to service provider versus purchasing of trucks? Chairperson, because of the average rate of average age of our people, especially at trade waste, officials there, the average is about 50, 55. We've got about 40 in the entire CB, in entire Mangaung. We've got 40 personnel, and 50% of those people are going towards retirement. Hence, we said, let us reduce the burden of our officials so that we allocate some of the businesses in the city to the service providers, because we really don't have capacity on that one. Hence, now the budget that we are paying for these service providers, it's around, on a yearly basis, it's around between 30 and 40 million. Yes, if we have enough machinery, we would have reduced to appoint the service providers to assist us in collecting refuse from the businesses. But it's our mandate, Chairperson, that we ensure that we collect refuse across the city. Now, and one of the issues that we are also doing, because service providers are assisting us as well, is to identify the business that are not registered with municipality, so that we register those municipalities as part of ensuring that we collect revenue from all these businesses. And these businesses includes your flats, your estates, your complexes, your students' accommodation, your malls, we even going further to the spaza shops in the locations, Chairperson. We are considering that so that we reduce we reduce actually from move away from appointing the service providers, so that we have enough trucks and enough personnel. Now, what are the steps taken to address neglected and relevant landfill sites and consequences in terms of tools, in terms of implementation? Chairperson, we indicated earlier, and some of the questions, it looks like the response towards that is more or less similar. Now, I said what we are doing now, because at our landfill site, we really don't have competent, qualified skills that is required to ensure that we manage the landfill sites properly. We are actually undergone a process of a skills audit, of which we want to capacitate all the officials that are not meet the requirement standards of in terms of the legislative requirement. So we are going to capacitate those officials. And with regard to the consequence management, Chairperson, sometimes it's not entirely to punish the officials because of lack of knowledge or competency thereof, because this is actually a problem of municipality, not workers. So we now and then continue engaging them together with our wellness unit to say what are the problems, because sometimes problems might not actually be the competence like I indicated. It might be problems that are coming from privately, maybe from individual officials. Now, PPE, Chairperson, we have been struggling to appoint a service provider so that we can procure the PPE, but we have finally advertised a tender for procurement of PPE. The PPE that they are using is old PPEs. So we need to procure a pair of PPE. Last time we procured this PPE was when was it in Tatinkati? For officials. It was in 2022. So you see, it's been years since we actually procured the PPE for the officials. Now, in terms of monitoring of service providers, Chairperson, we do have challenge of the machineries, that your back is to ensure that we monitor effectively all the service providers where they have worked. It's a serious challenge, but that full maintenance lease, and that was approved, it's going to assist us a lot in ensuring that we roll out monitoring of all the services that we're doing across the city. Now, in terms of implementing, looking into the bigger picture of circular economy, Chairperson, yesterday we attended a meeting at National Treasury, and we presented a reform strategy that is going to touch on the bigger picture of circular economy, that is going to actually transform the waste management services in the city. And some of these questions that were raised by some of the honorable members to say we must actually ensure that we have a target whereby we have zero refuse at landfill site. It's part of the strategy that we have actually presented yesterday. And the National Treasury, I must say, they were very impressed in terms of the presentation that we did. We will also share that presentation with the committee chairperson. How do you promote recycling at source? Chairperson, we fortunately on this one, we are implementing it. We've piloted it in one of the suburbs, close suburbs, and we're extending the scope of work in terms of ensuring that we fully implement the separation of waste at source. And on top of that, Chairperson, part of those participants, EPW participants that are currently, they are focusing, part of them, it's about 180, they are focusing on recycling. And it's one of the projects that I wanted to present, but we'll put as part of the submissions to the members. So they are doing the recycling project, and all the three groups, group of recycling, group of composting, group of recycling as well as urban cleaning, they are going to attend a skills program from this week. In fact, they're attending, they started yesterday until next month, end of June. When they leave the department, the municipality, they will have skills and they've acquired skills in terms of ensuring that they establish or register the cooperatives so that they further and promote those cooperatives, chairperson. Part of the reform strategy was to address the issue of waste to energy. We have extensively engaged on the development model of waste to energy, chairperson. It will be part of the submission in terms of reform, solid waste reform strategy. I think dealing with the illegal reclaimers, like I said, we have requested court order for eviction and trespasses. And upon evicting all those people, we are going to start registering them, and we issue them a name tag so that they come in when the landfill site is open in the morning, and when it's closed, they leave the site. EPWP, we have appointed, and I must say, we appreciate the effort that the department actually supported us. They've supported us with 2,000 clean war on green participants in the last financial year, and they really assisted us a lot. We participated as one of the cleanest city in the Free State, and when the assessment was done, it was done last year in March, and in May we attended the ceremony. We came out number 5. And that indicates that, chairperson, they had a huge impact in terms of that, and would really love to receive another support from DFFE. And then we have this project, 714 participants from Presidential Employment Stimulus Program, whereby we have divided them into 3 groups, because we have realized, chairperson, that those 2,000 participants that were on green, on waste, participants that DFFE supported us, they came here for 12 months and they left with nothing, though a bit of experience. But now we said, now we must move away from those kind of programs. We want to ensure that we capacitate our participants by giving them the skills, necessary skills, and part of the skills program that we have included a unit standard on a new venture training. It's more on entrepreneurial skills. So these participants, and when they are done here, they'll be able to register their own cooperatives, and one will be focusing on composting, and we're also going to assist them outside this the program. And this is part of the exit strategy for the APWP participants, chairperson. And we have also set us aside a piece of land for each and each program that is there. Your recycling, we've set aside. Your composting, we've set aside. For urban greening, we've set aside. But in the meantime, while they are here, they are using municipal facilities. We've got nursery that is not working. So they are using that. They are planting vegetables and they are selling those vegetables. And I must say the presidency also wants, they were actually impressed with this project, chairperson. They want to take it to other municipalities as a flagship project, because it has never happened before, chairperson, to empower and capacitate the APWP participants. how many areas using bins and we as a city we have not yet used the wheelie bins. We have put aside a budget that we are going to procure the wheelie bins, standard wheelie bins, we'll firstly prioritize it to a certain residents. So we are not using the wheelie bins at the moment. And now we have addressed also the issue of air quality with regard to burning on the landfill sites. I must say, Chairperson, with because there is no person that is acting there, we have changed the management, and now, upon bringing in a new team at landfill site, the cases complaints that we receive from community in terms of burning on our landfill site has reduced by about 70-80%. So that burning has reduced, and also with the involvement of the compliance officers at our landfill sites. And with regard to USDG from our site, Chairperson, apologies for the Chairperson. We have returned about 17 billion from our side. And the rest is going to be was used for the design of the closure of North Landfill site, a rehabilitation plan, your repair and maintenance of way bridges, the auditing of the 3 landfill sites as well. Now, we have requested through labor requisitions to address the vacancy rates that is there, and we have requested Office of the City Manager and CFO to reprioritize our vacancies so that we appoint competent and skilled personnel at our landfill sites and solid waste as well. Over time, Chairperson, yes, it's a thorn, but now we are addressing it through implementation of the shift system, which is going to start now on the 1st of June. And full implementation of the shift system will start in July, because of we will have by then the full spectrum in terms of the approval of the full maintenance lease. Vaccination wellness, Chairperson, we have vaccinated, our officials are vaccinated through the tetanus and hepatitis B. We are now talking and working together with the occupational health and safety unit, the wellness unit. So we even vaccinated all the 714 participants with both hepatitis and tetanus. We do have injuries on duty, Chairperson, and once in a while, and these are attended by our occupational health and safety unit. But we want to ensure that we avoid and we don't experience any injuries at our workplace. So we now and then having those monthly capacity building sessions internally within the department to talk to our officials to say, please take care of yourself, please follow the protocol in terms of refuse collection, how you must operate at work, how you must conduct yourself at work. I think how to reduce illegal dumping site, we have addressed that. The last question, Chairperson, status of 7 landfill sites in terms of with regard to IWMP. We are in the process of finalizing the review of our IWMP, Chairperson, and in terms of responding to these 7 landfill sites and status, I'll give the GM responsible for landfill site to talk to that. Thank you, Chairperson.
Afternoon, Chairperson, and afternoon,
Thank you, Dr.
everybody.
Kinda. And as your GM would be rounding up, you only have 2 minutes to answer. I'm strict on time. As I've stated earlier on that we still have a sitting at 2 p.m. And so, I'll have to release our honorable members by at least past. We still have a presentation that is coming. We were giving you your sufficient time to present as well as interact with the questions. GM, you may continue. You have that 2 minutes. It's 12:38. In 2 minutes' time, it will be 12:14. Then we'll ask City of Johannesburg to present. You may continue, GM.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will take less than 2 minutes. We've got 7 landfill sites, as mentioned earlier. 6 of them are permitted, and 1 is awaiting an ROD. And 4 of these landfill sites were funded by DFFE. This is just to answer the question that we are working together and getting support from the DFFE. As regards Mangaung in Bloemfontein, DFFE has assisted us with the piloting of the separation at source, the Mandela view, as was mentioned by the HOD. They also provided us with training on the development, on the compilation of an IWMP. They also bought us machines for the landfill sites in the previous year. I think it was in 2023. They bought us 2 bulldozers, 2 compactors, 2 front-end loaders, and 2 10 cubic meter tipper trucks. Thank you. That's the end of my story.
Thank you kindly. I think I have just one input there. You know, in regards to you having a court order in place, and then the security company that has failed to maintain the security on that site. That you should just rather look, you know, to the contract of that security company. As well as that the committee needs a written report undertaking with timelines on when the PPE matter, the skills audit that you mentioned, the registration of waste reclaimers, vehicle monitoring services, waste diversion from landfills, waste to energy program, and implementation of the shift system. If you could provide us with details and the status of the landfill site. And if you could do that in writing for us by the 28th of May.
All right. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, Dr. Tinda. Thank you, Dr.
Much
Tinda, and
appreciated.
your team from Mangaung. You may excuse yourself from the platform, and
Okay.
then we'll then proceed and ask the City of Johannesburg to present to us their presentation.
Thank you so much, Chairperson and honorable members, for affording us opportunity to present. We appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tinda. City of Johannesburg, you may proceed to present to us.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, honorable members. My name is Makosazana Mjadi. I'll be taking you through the City of Johannesburg presentation. I do have the MD of Pick It Up and colleagues who are part of the delegation today. I also do have the MMC's office and Mr. Matang, who's representing the MMC's office, also in this meeting. Next slide, please. I'm not going to go through the presentation outline, but that's what you're going to look at briefly on the legislative and policy and the mandate which is embedded in the legislation, the challenges, causes, and effects, waste management responses, and the quick stack on Johannesburg service delivery, waste minimization, disposal, and alternative treatment technologies, and challenges and interventions that we're putting as the city to respond to our challenges. This is just the legislative mandate that guides our operations as the City of Joburg. We do have an integrated waste management policy and a plan that was approved by Council in November 2024. We also have our city waste management bylaws, which are under review. The reason for the review is that we looked at the area around integration of informal waste sector and collaborations around that, and we looked at how can we use the bylaw to legislate or this activity, and that's one of the sections of the bylaw where that are added, that are looking at legislating the activities around informal waste picking and informal waste recycling. We do have an illegal dumping strategy, prevention strategy that we did in 2017, treatment and disposal infrastructure plan, and also all these are embedded in also in our our IDP and the GDS as our guiding principle. Next slide. Like I said, the GDS, the growth development strategy of the city, is the anchor under which the waste sector in the city thrives to provide a resilient, livable, sustainable urban environment underpinned by infrastructure supportive of the low carbon. This is the outcome too of our growth development strategy. So all our policies and strategies in the city of Johannesburg, as the environmental sustainability sector, which waste management is under, we are guided by this principle and outcome of the GDS, which also take cognizance of the sector legislation, which is NEMA and the Waste Management Act. Next slide. This is just quick, the mandate of the city. I think we are familiar, which is underpinned in the Waste Act, but also in the Municipal Systems Act, where we're looking at developing and facilitating the implementation of regulation standards for best practice. We also undertake waste management research and development. We collect data and information, which is also one of the areas that are still lacking when it comes to metros. I had Tshwane also highlighting data collection as one of the challenges. We also, as Joburg, suffer from credible data and systems, which makes policy and planning a bit of a challenge. We're also developing and implementing strategic projects like waste to energy, so that we replace landfilling as the technology for disposal. I'll touch on these projects in my presentation. We monitor and enforce compliance, so that we make sure that we as the city we comply, but also anyone who is undertaking waste management activities with the city does comply. We undertake waste management education and awareness. This is also one area, honorable members, that is much underfunded. We monitor and evaluate so that we can be able to improve, because we've got an entity as the city which is pick it up. The department as the shareholder, the city as the shareholder, does also do performance monitoring and evaluation of the entity around the strategic imperatives, around compliance and service delivery imperatives. We also undertake waste infrastructure planning and coordination. Next slide. So our challenges, causes and effects as the city of Johannesburg, causes that contributes to our challenges that we're facing as the city, is the rapid increase in development. The city of Johannesburg, as the commercial hub of the country, is faced with rapid development and industrial and commercial activities, and these are very much linked to the volumes of waste that we generate on a daily basis. The slow uptake of waste minimization and recycling initiatives, which are also affected by the markets on recycling. Honorable members, there was time where China banned recycling material that was exported, that had a bearing on the viability of this sector and of this initiative around recycling. We're also suffering with the slow uptake of these minimization and recycling initiatives. Rapid population growth. I think, we as the city growing very high, and at a high speed. And again, this is very much linked to the volumes that we are managing. The slow uptake of alternative technologies. As the city, we are developing alternative technologies, trying to be running green and sustainable waste management services. Because of the financial requirements for these technologies, we have seen a very slow uptake of them because they require, developing such projects requires a lot of finances, and also requires a lot of time and research that is to it, needs to be put to it. Ineffective awareness, I think I did say that this is one of the causes of the problem. Poor law enforcement, inadequate service delivery around informal settlements, backyard dwellers, and also our highly densified areas like our city centers. We've got a lot of hijacked buildings, and this also causes a lot of strain on our waste management service. That you'll see it manifesting itself on environmental pollution, illegal dumping, increased cleanup cost over years, trying to, making sure that the city is clean, while chasing all these causes that I've highlighted and a bit before. High waste disposal and transportation cost as the city develops. Our infrastructure for disposal is getting further and further away from the point of generation, and that results into a high cost of transportation, high volumes of greenhouse gas emissions, illegal waste operations, due to lack of law enforcement. We have seen a lot of illegal waste operations within the city that are cropping around, people hijacking pieces of land and creating illegal dumps, which are actually operated by sort of like syndicates. So that's one of the issues that we have seen growing in the city. Environmental degradation and reduction in our landfill space is also one of the effects of the challenges that we. So increasing waste volumes and generation and the diminishing land space is actually the problem that we're facing. We have escalation in waste generation, while our capacity for disposal is shrinking on a daily basis, which requires us then to put interventions in this value chain, like waste recovery and waste recycling, waste minimization, so that at least we can maximize and extend the capacity for disposal, and also reduce as much as possible of the waste that is generated within the city. So this is what we are doing as the city to try and put interventions and achieve certain goals to our problem, which is environmental pollution, increased waste generation, and the diminishing landfill space or capacity for disposal in that sense. So the interventions we are putting in place around waste diversion, we're looking at improve on waste diversion through partnerships with formal and informal recycling industry. We're also looking at, we are building infrastructure also to support the diversion, because it needs support through infrastructure also for it to be able to give the results and the impact that you are looking for. We're also looking at harvesting gas and also at our landfills, and we have a project that is looking at that, where we're harvesting gas at our landfills so that we cut down on our pollution, on our greenhouse gas emissions. So the landfill to gas project is generating around 7 megawatts of electricity. Like I said, we're also looking at alternative disposal infrastructure to replace the landfilling, more green, more energy generating infrastructure. We're using our energy, our waste to generate energy. That will reduce the waste generation, and also we hope it will reduce the waste disposal. But we're also looking at environmental protection as intervention. We are working hard to improve compliance at our landfills. I'll share where we are in the following slides. We're also looking at eradicating illegal dumping. We have dedicated fleet and resources that are just looking at illegal dumping. We also are looking at minimizing greenhouse gas emissions, I think, as I said. We're also looking at responsiveness of our service delivery model, so that we can be able to render an efficient and effective waste service to our residents. Next slide. This is just a quick stat around Joburg. We are around 2.2 million households with a population of 6 million, over 6 million, and it's projected to increase. We have over 300 informal households and over 1 million formal households, and waste generation is around 1.6 million tons of waste per annum. We are diverting for recycling purposes around 18% of that 1.6 million tons. We have 4 landfill sites, and the capacity of these 4 landfill sites combined is less than 2 years. So we are already in a crisis mode as the city where we're going to run out of landfill airspace in the next 2 years. We dispose around 1.4 million tons while that's why we're diverting 18, and we have about estimate of 6,000 waste pickers, including those that are at our landfills and those that are working on our streets. Next slide, please. This is the waste service delivery model. The city of Johannesburg, I think, is the only city that has got city-owned entities. Pick It Up is our city-owned entity that is responsible for the operations, waste operations, which will be collection, transportation, and disposal. It's 100% owned by the city. It provides integrated, sustainable, and innovative waste management services to the residents of the city while ensuring that waste is reduced, reused, recycled, recovered, and considering disposal as the last option. Next slide. How the service is rendered to the residents of the city of Johannesburg. The city is divided into 7 regions, A up until G. And the Pick It Up services include street cleaning, collection of refuse bags on curbside, cleaning of illegal dumping hotspots, giving bins to people, to residents, or providing receptacles to residents in a sense of a 240-liter bin, black bin. We also, Pick It Up also does informal settlements with the use of skips and bags. They also remove, they also clean hostels, cleaning garden sites, also garden services where we have drop-off facilities where garden waste can be dropped off. They collect domestic and business waste. They also do city cleansing, like lane flushing, especially around our CBDs. Thank you. The waste service model that Pick It Up employs, like I said, it's the RCR is the round collection, refuse round collection at all businesses and households, street cleanings, litter picking, informal settlements, hostels, illegal dumping. We have about 42 garden sites or recycling facilities. These garden sites, we call them garden sites. Those are drop-off facilities where communities can drop off little quantities of either their builders' rubble or their garden waste. The waste that is not collected by the round collection system, it gets dropped off at these facilities, and there are about 42 of them around the city, and the residents can also drop off their bulk waste. If you have a fridge that you don't use, that you don't need, a mattress, whatever it is that is bulk, you can just drop off at these facilities and then it gets collected by Pick It Up. We also implement waste minimization and through reclaimers and waste pickers at our landfills, but also we do public education. Enablers of this service is our staff, EPWP, and cooperatives. We use a lot of cooperatives for waste minimization, but also for informal settlements and high density areas like our inner cities. So we use a lot of cooperatives to augment our service. We are adopting a community-based model where cooperatives will come from those set areas that they are cleaning. If it's it's downtown Johannesburg, inner city, will then we hire or recruit members of the community as part of the cooperative to augment our service delivery model. We use our fleet, our own fleet, which is also one of the challenges because the city's fleet is old. I think the city last bought fleet more than 6 years ago. We also have a full maintenance lease that the city is investigating, and also we pick it up use ad hoc fleet. So there's a combination of this model where part of the fleet is owned by the city, part of it is leased on a long-term full maintenance lease, and part of the fleet is ad hoc fleet that we tap into as and when is required. So the disposal, we use 4 landfills. Those are just the names of the landfills. We've got 2 landfills that are closed. In these 2 landfills, we are looking at developing material recovery facilities because these landfills are situated in the northern parts of the city where the growth is rapid and also there isn't a landfill in those areas. So we are developing material recovery facilities and transfer stations on these 2 landfills. We also use private landfills that are also situated along the northern western areas of the city because to cut on the transport cost again and then the traveling distances because then that makes inefficiencies into the system. We are diverting waste using cooperatives, like I said, and we also have partnerships with the private sector on the green waste diversion and composting. Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, the operations resources that are deployed for this service delivery model for Pick It Up, we have 7 regions of the city, but Pick It Up operates 12 depots. Some cut across the regions depending how big is the region, and then it will be serviced maybe by 2 depots. We've got 42 garden site, 4 operational landfills, 6 buyback centers, over 300 specialized vehicle specialized because I'm meaning about compactors. We have 160 refuse collection rounds. So on a daily basis, there are 160 rounds that are undertaken for collection in the city of Johannesburg. 350,000 households are participating in separation at source, which are serviced by cooperatives. We have 21 cooperatives. Some are in the space of waste minimization and recycling. Some are in the augmentation of the cleaning of the illegal dumping, the ones that I was referring to that are community-based cooperatives. I did say around, we have about 1.7 million. We have over 9,000 business services, which is private sector clients, and 1.6 million tons and over 300 informal settlements. Next slide, please. This is just the depot operational structure. I'm not going to bore you with it, honorable members, but this is how our depot structure at Pick It Up will look like, with headed by a regional manager or a depot manager and all the support structure. They are more or less the same. They are all the depots, the depot structure is just the same. What differs is just the numbers because our depots, they are not all equal in size. There are those depots that will have double the number of other depots based on the operations of that depot. Okay, thank you. Next. I did say the model we're operating, there's a formal household collection, there's an informal household collection, there's a waste minimization and recycling, and then there's a disposal. This is the formal refuse collection rounds. So refuse is rendered from Monday to Friday, except for the Selby depot. The Selby depot is the one that is servicing inner city Joburg because of the densification in the inner city. That depot does 6 rounds a week, and it also have 2 shifts. It has got a day and a night shift. Refuse collection teams comprises of more or less 7 team members: the driver, the team leader, and the loaders. And these are our rounds per depot that comprises the 163 rounds that happens on a daily basis. We use compactor trucks, which are normal trucks that are used. I think all the metros use the similar trucks that have this mechanism to lift the bin and compact. Next. The issue around the RCR, especially on high-rise buildings in our inner cities, is the issue of hijacked buildings, and also the bulk waste that is coming from restaurants and any other commercial. So hijacked buildings are serviced through skips and other bulk commercial clients like hospitals, prisons, sorry, they are also using bulk containers like skips, but others are using 240-liter bins. Dailies and bulk services includes the collection of food, like I say, rubble and uncompatible waste that might come from residents, and also some from businesses. Dailies and bulk services are available at a cost, so this is a billable service because it's a private service. Free bulk services is only provided to residents where they drop off at our drop-off facilities free of charge. But it's only just minimal quantities, not like a commercial bulk that we would give on a free service basis. The informal settlements and hostels, all informal settlements and hostels are provided with a service according to depot schedule on a once a week basis. There are over 300 informal settlements, but we service around 200 settlements. Some of them, sometimes they don't have a service, and because they are not planned informal settlements, sometimes we wake up and there is an informal settlements, but housing is helping us to quantify these informal settlements so that we can be able to give them the service as it requires. Like I said, the service through skips, they also get some street sweeping or litter picking and refuse collection using bags or skips, and also illegal dumping, because a lot of our informal settlements are characterized with illegal dumping, and some informal settlements, they do participate on separation at source, servicing the nearby suburbs from where they exist. If you look at our informal settlements, you'll see that per depot, the Marlborough depot, the Midrand depot, and I think the Zondi depot is one of those, and those depots are in our townships. So we find most of them around the Midrand area. It has got a lot of vacant spaces there, and the Marlborough area also and also the Zondi area is around the Soweto area. There's a lot of growth in Soweto, going almost to Randfontein. So there's still a lot of open areas there. That's where we find a lot of our informal settlements because of availability of land that is still not yet occupied. Next slide, please. Illegal dumping. We have identified over 2,000 illegal hotspots, but those are illegal spots that are persistent, and others they crop up and then we clear them and they disappear. But there are those that are persistent and they are clean. Again, Region D, which is our Soweto area, and our Region G, which is our Orange Farm area, because of the informal settlement also, but because of the backyard dwellers in the township, which is also one of the areas that I think as metros we need to carefully look at designing a service that is responsive to the character of our townships now as they exist, which is also perpetuated by the socio-economic related struggles that our communities have with the backyard dwellers. I think we will not get rid of backyard dwellers. They are a source of income for some of our communities that doesn't have a income. This is like, hello?
We have granted you are now on your 30 minutes of your presentation. We've granted each and every city 30 minutes. So we'll give you an extra 10 minutes to gallop right through the presentation. And if you could just highlight those things that are important to us. We have received this presentation. You were supposed to in the previously also present, and then you're only presenting today. So we have seen this presentation, we've interacted with us so that we have sufficient time for members to pose questions and interact with the presentation as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, this is just the illegal dumping. Can you move to the next one? Thanks. Thank you, Chair. Street cleaning, it's one of the services. We're using the Gauteng cleanliness standards, or how we monitor and evaluate ourselves as the city as to how we are performing based on the standards. So we use a pictorial assessment. These are just some of the pictures, and the standard does say based on the picture, what level are you? Next slide. Waste minimization. Next slide, maybe quickly. So we are using a cooperative model, I did say. We are looking at cooperatives, but we are looking at revising this model now. And in the next slide, the new model will factor in the producer responsibility. Next slide. Will factor in the producer responsibility. When we started with separation at source in the city of Johannesburg, the EPR regulations were not in place, the producer responsibility organizations were not in place. Now we are revising our separation at source model, which was based on just a cooperative model. Now we are looking at the partnership with the PROs in the city of Johannesburg, but also the reclaimer organizations that are now better formalized than when we were starting with the separation source at our households. So this is the model that we're going to employ. Next slide, please. Diversion, I did say that we are at 18%. We have seen a decline in the past 5 years. This is due to the lack of funding and reprioritization of our services or our offerings as the city. So this is one area that get affected every time there is a reprioritization of the funding of our service in the city. Next slide. These are our garden sites and our drop-off facilities. All our garden sites, they cater for green waste, garden waste, and also for recycling. of dry waste. So you'll see this model. This is a model that we are employing. This is the infrastructure that we are building across the city. This is in one of our garden sites in Soweto. Can I go to the next slide? This is the material recovery facility that we are building in one of our landfills. As our landfills get to end of their life, we are building material recovery and transfer stations. This is one of the MRF that we are building in one of our landfills, which is Robinson Deep. And the other one is in Linpro Park, which is a closed landfill. Next slide, please. We are also having a partnership with a waste picker organization where we are registering all waste pickers and are giving them identification cards, and hence we are also now looking at the bylaw to support and be an enabler to this cause. So our waste pickers in Johannesburg, they are part of the database, and they then get issued the identification cards. Next slide, please. Disposal. I think I did say we are almost left with 2 years of landfill space. This is just the space in all 4 of our landfill sites. But in essence, the city is almost facing a crisis in the next 2 years. Next slide. These are the extension on our what are we doing as we are running out of landfill space. 2 of our landfill sites, we have identified the extensions just to increase the capacity of those landfill sites. In Robinson Deep, we have identified an area that will be able at least to give us more years, and in one of our landfill sites, which is Innerdale, you have identified the developments are underway to extend the capacity of that landfill just to mitigate on the 2 years. Next slide, please. Together, these on average, you could see members, the other one was saying 25 years, the other one was saying 7 years, but on average, these combined, this will give at least the city another 17 years of landfill space going forward. Next, please. We are also investigating technologies. We have a PPP project that is registered with National Treasury. I'm sure honorable members saw in the last year's Minister of Finance speech where he announced that Joburg has been granted funding to a value of about 1.6 billion rands. This is one of the projects that National Treasury is supporting us to develop. Here we're looking at a technology that is going to burn 500,000 tons of our waste through an incineration, for lack of a better word, generate 26 megawatts of electricity, and it's a PPP project. It's registered as such with National Treasury. This project, I'm sure some of the honorable members might have seen, it was published for public comment, and we will be going for a request for qualifications in the next month or 2, so that we're already in the start of a procurement process for this PPP. Thank you. The next one technology that we are looking at is the biodigestion technology. The municipal waste has different components. So the first technology is looking at non-recyclable, non-biodegradable, which is no food, no grass, nothing. It's just the dry waste, but it should be non-recyclable because we are also very mindful not to kill the thriving recycling livelihoods. We're looking at the other technology where we're taking biodegradable waste, we put it in a biodigestion technology, we generate electricity, we can choose to generate biodiesel or biogas for our buses. Here we are starting with a pilot. The pilot is currently underway, being built. The reason for the pilot was that the biodigesters are biodigestion technology is very sensitive. So we want to see which composition of the waste that we have will give us the best results. So these are the two technologies. Both the development of these technologies, honorable members, was funded initially by grant funding that we applied for from international grant funders. This one is funded by the Global Environmental Facility, and DBSA, which is the Development Bank of Southern Africa, is our development partner for both these projects. Thank you. Next slide. This is just the compliance notices with our license conditions. Compliance at our landfills has been a challenge, we must admit, honorable members, and we are busy with fixing all the compliance notices that has been issued to us, and this requires at least a budget of about 169 billion has been committed to be able to deal with the non-compliance at our landfills. Next slide. These are some of the initiatives that are dealing with the non-compliance issues as highlighted by authorities. Next slide. This is the Lechet Dam. It's also one of the initiatives that are looking at improving compliance of our landfills. Next slide. These are just the interventions. I think some of them I've already spoken to them. The cooperative interventions around the waste pickers and producer responsibilities, the inner city revitalization, the issues around the infrastructure and the depletion of landfill space. These are interventions, the expansion of the current landfills, the technologies that you are developing. These are all the interventions that you are putting in place to make sure that at least we responsive to our challenges. Next slide. The interventions continuing around illegal dumping. We have a dedicated team of the city, as some years back, insourced a security guards. Now we're turning those security guards to our law enforcement officials, and they have got dedicated fleet cars that they use to go around to monitor compliance and to deal with illegal dumping related issues. We also looking at they also look at the service level service breakdowns, and also they also look at where enforcement is required by our metropolis. How do they partner? I think this is the this was the last slide. Thank you, Chair and honorable members.
Okay, thank you, Charlie. Honorable members, looking at the time, and I know there are some of you that are already on the buses to Parliament. You've already indicated to me that you're on the way to Parliament precinct. On the 27th of May, we do have an opening for the city of Johannesburg to come and reply orally to the questions that you are going to pose. I'm not sure how long the questions are. We only have about 8 minutes to raise our questions. And then, you know, as I've stated, on the 27th of May, we'll give the city of Johannesburg an opportunity to reply to our questions. But I also know that there are some of you that are on the buses on the way already to the Parliament precinct, and therefore won't be able to pose your questions now. So I would like to come from you as a proposal, as I'm proposing that there should be a seconder for it, to raise your questions on the 27th of May, and then the city of Johannesburg gives us an oral reply. So may I see hands? Dr. Managa?
Chair.
Yes, Dr. Managa, you may continue.
Yes, thanks. Do I have to raise it now, or should we raise it? Should I write my questions to them?
Yeah, I've made a proposal that on the 27th of May, Dr. Managa, we do have an opening there.
Yeah.
And we will ask the City of Johannesburg then to return to come and do an oral reply on your questions, and whether you want your questions to be posed now. I would have wanted to give an opportunity also to those that are currently sitting on the buses on the way to the Parliament precinct to also pose their questions. And therefore, the proposal was that you do your questions and we receive oral reply on the 27th of May. And if that is in order.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. I'm in agreement. Can I pose mine?
Dr. Managi, you're not understanding.
I am understanding you. I understood you very well. Yes, we can pose the questions now, then we'll get the reply then.
We've asked for the questions to be posed
Then.
and the responses on the 27th of May.
I'm agreeing, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Managa. Honorable Makasi, followed by
Thank you.
Honorable Kumalo.
Thank you, Chair. I think Dr. Managa still does not understand you, but nevertheless, I am supporting that we note the report as presented, and that on the 27th, when we meet with them, we then pose our questions, and then they must be ready to respond to our questions then on that meeting of the 27th. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Makasi. Honorable Kumalo.
I do second, Chair. Honorable Honorable Makas.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Kumalo. And this will also give an opportunity to the other honorable members who are currently en route to the parliamentary precinct. Okay, let me just thank the presenter from the City of Johannesburg, Ms. Mchali, and the delegation that is present here. Ms. Mchali, did you hear the proposal that on the 27th of May there is an opening, and our secretariat will communicate with you the date and time as well, so that you then come on the 27th of May for the questions that honorable members will pose, as well as your responses to that.
Yes, Chair, I did get that. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Nsali. Honorable members, we have now come to the end of our portfolio committee meeting. I know that there's some of you that still needs to rush to the parliamentary precinct or to the meeting room. So I will relieve all of you. Thank you so much for attending today, as well as to the department, members of the department that is present here, as well as to yourselves, honorable members, as well as to the City of Tshwane, the City of Johannesburg, and the City of Mangaung. Thank you. The meeting is now concluded.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Acting Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye, Dr. Managa.
Chairperson.